You warmly today in every sense to the most historic day in the Bahrain racing calendar. Today is the running of the 2025 King's Cup. It will be run before His Majesty the King, and for the first time ever it contains international patent race status. The quality of racing here in the Kingdom increases year upon year, and today we have a terrific contest in prospect. It's a day and it's a race that has brought some of the biggest names in the sport to the Kingdom of Bahrain. Nick Luck with you alongside Ali Vance and Nick Lightfoot once again for the King's Cup. We were here last night for the final day of the Turf Series, but the action gets better still, Ali, and this has a very special place in the history of the Kingdom.
Yeah, it certainly does. There's no doubt that the Bahrain International Trophy in November is the best quality race that's run here of the season. It's arguably a Group 1 quality race, but when it comes to prestige and history, the King's Cup, particularly for the local owners, the local trainers and local jockeys, this race is the most important and most prestigious and the one that they all want to be a part of.
And of course, in order for its status to increase yet further, Nick, you need good winners of it. We had a very good winner in Isle of Jura last year. How do you assess the quality of today's field?
Well, the second, third and fourth are back for more, but I think in the form of Military Academy, who's of course going to be a really significant runner considering his breeding, his ownership here. We might just have one that is a bit of a late blooming group horse in the making. It's a bit of a bold shout bringing him out here, but at the same time I think he might just win this.
He was second in the Winter Derby in Southwell to a horse called Royal Champion, who's very much of Group 1 calibre. Is a reproduction of that alone enough to do the job for him tonight?
I think it probably just about is. King of Conquest might just be his biggest threat, but at the same time, when you read the pre-race thoughts of Connections going into Southwell last time, I think they took the view that it was going to bring him forward, so we should get him at concert pitch a little bit later on.
George Scott was very much the trainer to follow here in Bahrain last season, most notably thanks to the exploits of Isle of Jura, who won 3 of the biggest prizes here in the Kingdom, including this race. And today he runs Phantom Flight in the same ownership, Ali, a horse who is stretching himself at 1.5 miles, 12 furlongs, 2,400 metres today.
Yeah, he was on for the hat-trick when we last saw him running in his Highness Sheikh Nasser's race, which is a trial for this race. And he disappointed that day. He got beaten by Zagato. That was over 2 furlongs shorter. The question mark is the trip. He will be ridden differently today. He got to the front quite early last time. I think he'll be very conservatively ridden to get the trip. He has run over 1.5 miles back in the UK. But the ground, we've had a bit of rain in the last couple of days. It's perhaps not as fast as he's used to and has enjoyed out here. So there's slight doubts over him, but his first 2 starts out here were supreme, and those connections, George Scott, Callum Shepherd, they know what to do. They've done it before and they did it fantastically last year with Isle of Jura, who went on to be a Royal Ascot winner.
Let's just confirm the field for you for our feature race today. The King's Cup, runners and riders as follows. The favourite is Military Academy. In the international market, very short, Nick.
Very short indeed. We were remarking on that, considering King of Conquest, for example, if he puts some of his best form from Meydan on the line, he might be a bit of a threat. And you look at what Sovereign Spirit's capable of, based on his second last year. But I think it's factoring in, you've got an extremely well-bred horse representing Connections who are going to want to win this. And I tell you what, it also brings in. It brings my idea of John and Thady Gosden's record that needs to be sorted here in Bahrain. You mentioned the International. I know that it isn't that race, but given their record in that, 4 seconds in a row, they'd love to win this, wouldn't they?
I think Thady enjoys being reminded that they've had 4 seconds in the Bahrain International Trophy. So they are back to try and win the King's Cup, or they're back to win the King's Cup this time, and scratch that itch that I think they've been pretty desperate to scratch in the 6 years of running in the Bahrain International Trophy.
Yeah, and it's not inconceivable that the Bahrain International could be on the agenda come the autumn.
Quite possibly indeed. I like the way that he this is Military Academy we're talking about, began to sort of get into a bit of a role. He's a bit of a late bloomer. They've gelded him. That was prior to going into Southall last time. But I think this race was mentioned pretty much as soon as he won at Kempton in November, winning a good listed race as well. So we're getting to the stage of being a long-term plan.
Well, tonight is not just a night of great horse racing, it's also a very important night historically for the kingdom, important night culturally as well, and artwork on display around the racecourse, and some beautiful artwork as well. And the man who is providing his own artistic stylings via his silver larynx, it is of course our race caller this evening, Darren Owen.
Yes, good evening everybody. So it is a first for the King's Cup. It is a Group 3 race, and it's the first time the King's Cup will be run under the floodlights. Now the going for tonight's card is currently described officially as good to firm in places. Fortunately, we've had a dry day, and we are on the outer track, the main track for tonight's action. So it's not just about the King's Cup. We've also got the Methaq Mile with one of the leading horses here in the kingdom, trained in the kingdom, Goman, going to post in that race. Let's have a look at the full card, and we begin with domestic Grade 1 action. It is the King's Cup for the Arabian breds, and they're going over the 1600 metres, the mile, for the first. The REHC Cup follows. That is a race for the local thoroughbreds. Again, 1600 metres, that's race 2. And then the first of our features for the thoroughbreds here, the Methaq Mile. It's a listed race, this race. Goman will be the pretty warm order favourite on the international markets. He, as I was saying a moment ago, one of the top horses trained here in the kingdom. Fourth race, it's a big one for the locally bred thoroughbreds. This is their King's Cup. It's over the mile and a half, 2,400 metres. A really open renewal of this particular race. It does feature last year's winner, Living Art. And then on to the big one, the King's Cup, sponsored by Bapco Energies, Group 3, mile and a half, under the lights. And it features, of course, as the guys were saying, Military Academy, a real short price favourite internationally for that particular race. Domestic Grade 1 action follows race number 6, the Chairman's Cup. This race then over the flying 5 furlongs. Avago Joe, one of the top performers here, will be a pretty warm order favourite for that one internationally. And then Zeal, unbeaten, 5 from 5. Zeal will be facing the starter in race 7. That is the Avenues Bahrain Cup. It is over 1400 metres. It's a domestic Grade 3 for the locally bred thoroughbreds. And we round off tonight's superb card with the Bapco Energies Cup. It's over 2,000 metres, a race to be run for the imported thoroughbreds. And Fanatic is looking to get off the mark here in the kingdom. And that horse represents Fauzi Nass and Victorious. Let's have a look at the non-runner list. Race number 2, scratch number 9, Hura. Third race, number 1, Ottoman Fleet, as well as number 4, Byline Now. In the 6th race, non-runners here are 6, Laba Laba, and 10, Rosa Mystica. And in race 7, number 4, Black Shadow is out. So let's take a look at the lineup for our first race of the evening, the King's Cup for the Arabian Breds over 1,600 metres, a domestic grade 1. It really is their highlight of the year. Number 1 is Al Hamdani. Al Hamdani partnered by Ali Isa. Number 2 is Kuhailan Al Adiat 1894 and Abdul Rahim Jassim. Number 3, Musanan 1811 and Adnan Jaffa. 4, Musanan M908, Hussein Asghar. 5 is Obeyan 1777, winner of the Crown Prince's Cup, this horse last year. Stefan Lajaj rides. Number 6 is Obeyan 1867, last year's hero, and Richard Mullen is aboard. And number 7, Tuwaisan 1844, partnered by Ibrahim Nada.
Runners on the way down then for His Majesty the King's Cup. This race opening up for purebred Arabians. It's a domestic grade 1, Nick.
It is an absolute cracker, and I'm sure that a lot of the connections would have targeted this from quite some way out, in the form of horses 6 and 7 who we'll come to. I think we've got some really hard-knocking, improving horses, and they should serve up a bit of a cracker.
All right, here is Al Hamdani, 1746.
Is the top horse. Very lightly raced in recent times, having more of a season this time around, admittedly, but only once raced in nearly 2 years prior to returning. Ran 5th in this 3 years ago. I don't think is up to winning it.
Number 5 in shot, Obeyan, one of the 2 Obeyans in the race. This one is Obeyan 1777. Stefan Lajaj fresh from a treble here last night. Fauzi Nas is the trainer.
He's got a fine record, this horse. He did finish 4th in this 12 months ago. He was 3rd in it in 2023. I'm sure they've worked backwards each and every time from running in this particular contest. Tuwaisan 1844, who we'll come to, very much holds the horse on form from last time, as does the other Obeyan from the time before. So really has it to do.
It was a good, healthy crowd last night for the final leg of the Turf Series. A significantly larger one tonight, I fancy. There is the other Obeyan, 1867.
I'm coming more and more round to the idea that this is the likeliest winner, Nick. The reigning champ, for no original thinking on that, beat Kuhailan Al Adiat 1782 in this last year. Winner of the Crown Prince's Cup back on the 31st January. He's got a record of only once being out of the first 2 in his last 15 races. He doesn't run bad events.
Richard Mullen taking the ride on Obeyan.
Yeah, we've got him back for the first time this season. He's got King of Conquest later.
All right, let's head out into the paddock and join Ali.
Well, Nick Lighters, I agree with you. I think the defending champion is the one to beat, Obeyan 1867. Of course, he won the Crown Prince's Cup back at the end of January. He's won 4 of his last 5 starts. He's the one, my selection, horse number 6. And to finish behind him then, Tuwaisan 1844 is an interesting one. He's won his last 3 starts, including the trial. That was on His Highness Sheikh Nasser's day. This is another step up in class, but he's obviously in fine form. And then the third horse then, horse number 2, Kuhailan Al Adiat 1894. He was 2nd in the Crown Prince's Cup this season behind Obeyan. So those are my 3 selections. But we have a new concept this evening. We are going to be doing the crowd cam, which what we're going to do is, if everyone looks at the screen, because we're giving away cash prizes tonight, there's 50 BD cash prizes. And what we're going to do, we're going to focus in on a race goer, someone in the crowd, a member of the public. And when we focus in, give us a wave, give us your best smile, give us a wave, and you will be winning. Our first winner then of the crowd cam cash prize then goes to you. Well done, give us a smile, give us a wave. We'll be coming to deliver an envelope of cash. Well done. Right, we've got a couple to give away. Our next one then. There we go. Give us a wave, boys. Give us a wave. We're going to be giving you some cash. We're going to go sending over an envelope. Enjoy the evening. That is crowd cam, and we're going to be doing it throughout the evening.
This is how you win it.
Bring the money. My word. Well, there's plenty more where that came from this evening. Luckily, there's plenty more where this came from as well, as the runners begin to load for the opening race. His Majesty the King's Cup. Darren Owen for the call.
So, runners moving up into the starting stalls for the first race on a big night of action here in the Kingdom. So, I'm going to go with 6 to beat 7 and 5 here. That's Obeyan 1867, winner of the Crown Prince's Cup, winner of this race 12 months ago. Up against that horse is Tuwaisan, winner of his last 3 races. So, stand by for the start. They're all in, and they're off. Running from the mile start in the King's Cup for the Arabian Breds, domestic Grade 1 action, being bustled along to go forward is Alhamdani, with up along the inside Kohalan Al Adiyat, and the leaders are being chased by Tuwaisan as they go through the first 200 metres. Getting a position is number 5 Obeyan, who's up along the outer. To the inside comes number 4 Musanan, and the last 2 now are number 6 Obeyan and number 3 Musanan. Continuing their run down the far side, and it is Kohalan Al Adiyat in control, leads by just over a length to Al Hamdani second place. 5 Obeyan is in third, 2 lengths further back to Tuwaisan, being chased by number 4 Musanan. Then a break of around about 2.5 lengths to the nudged along a winner from last year, number 6 Obeyan, who is 1 position ahead of number 3 Musanan. They're down the side of the track, they have less than 800 metres to go, and it is Kohalan Al Adiyat holding on to the lead. The wide running Al Hamdani is right alongside now, and coming there between horses is number 5 Obeyan and Stefan Lajaj, coming there with a big effort top of the straight, heading down towards the final 400 metres. It's Kohalan Al Adiyat pounced on now by number 5 Obeyan, and number 5 Obeyan hangs over to the running rail but quickly goes a few lengths clear of Kohalan Al Adiyat. Tuwaisan's trying to get organised, so too is number 6 Obeyan, who's coming down the centre of the course, the first of the greys, heading down towards the final 200. And it's number 5 Obeyan trying to hold on from Tuwaisan in second place. Down the outside comes number 6 Obeyan. They're heading down towards the final 100 metres, and it is Tuwaisan who's coming through now to take the measure of number 5 Obeyan. Tuwaisan and number 5 Obeyan. Tuwaisan in front, and Tuwaisan will take the King's Cup. That's 4 wins on the bounce for Tuwaisan. Second place goes to number 5 Obeyan, followed in by number 6 Obeyan, and then came 3 Musanan. So this is a horse who is certainly going places this winter. Number 7, Tuwaisan, the winner. Ibrahim Nada, the successful jockey, his 20th winner of the season. He's the season's leading jockey here in the Kingdom, and this horse has now won 4 races on the bounce from 1,200 metres to this trip of 1,600 metres. And into the last 100 metres of the journey, it was Tuwaisan who came through to take the measure of Obeyan, number 5 Obeyan, who went for home early, and back in third place was the reigning champion, who just couldn't make an impression this evening. So those numbers, provisional numbers: first number 7 Tuwaisan, second number 5 Obeyan 1777, third number 6 Obeyan 1867, and fourth number 3 Musanan 1811.
Tuwaisan continues his relentless rise to the top of the tree here, adding a domestic Grade 1, His Majesty the King's Cup, to his Grade 2 success last time. 5 lengths over Obeyan 77.7 last time out, and he has won decisively today. Tuwaisan came with a withering run under Ibrahim Nada for Yusuf Aboanian in the Al Rifa Silks and bred by Al Ruda Stud. He's won.
He has, and he's beaten exactly the same horse as last time, but slightly different this time, not quite the same dominant winning margin. Obeyan 1777, he has now finished 4th, 3rd and 2nd in this particular race, so who knows, a year down the line maybe it'll be finally his day. But it wasn't to be for our our champion, our reigning champion, Obeyan. That's 1867. He's run an uncharacteristically poor race, really, given that he hadn't been out of the first 2 in 15 runs. He's finished 3rd. But Tuwaisan is on the up, as Darren said. That is the 4-timer landed. He's a new kid on the block. He is improving, and he looks like being a real force in this division.
Yeah, very wayward passage late from Kohalan Al Adiyat in the red silks, but victory goes the way of Tuwaisan. 4 on the bounce, and the winning rider is with Ali Vance.
Well, congratulations, Ibrahim. 2nd year in a row then winning the King's Cup. It means an awful lot to you.
Yeah, sure. It means a lot to me and for the team. Well done to my team, all of them, who's working at the stable and at the horses, the groom, Luis, all of them. It means a lot to us.
You could have ridden the King's Cup defending champion, but you chose this one. You obviously thought highly of him.
Yeah, because this horse, he's improving race by race. He won over 6 and 7 and 8, and again today we see him on 8 falling. So that's why I chose him. I ride out the 2 horses, and he's showing that he's better.
And he gave you a good feel again today. He really knuckled down when it mattered.
Yeah, he gave me a good feeling. He's a new champion. Hopefully we see him until next season. We'll see.
And what a season you are having, leading the championship at the moment and adding another big race like this. You're going to enjoy the reception when you go back in?
Yeah, sure, I will enjoy it. It means a lot for me, and I have more chances at the other races, so hopefully.
You certainly do. You're going to be riding Goman later in the Methaq Mile, amongst some other good rides. And well done to our winning jockey, Ibrahim Nada, winning the King's Cup for the Arabians.
Oh, tremendous season for Ibrahim Nada. Just gets better and better. So the results, these are the provisional numbers for the King's Cup. First, number 7, that was Tuwaisan. Second, number 5, Obayan 1777. Third, number 6, Obayan 1867. And fourth, number 3, Musanan 1811. Confirmed distances of 1.5 lengths and 4.5 lengths. That's 1.5 lengths and 4.5 lengths. And the official time of the winning horse, 1 minute 51.85. 1 minute 51.85. So that's 4 wins on the bounce. This horse is really enjoying this season. Having a terrific season. It is Tuwaisan 1844, winner of the King's Cup for the Arabian Breds.
Yeah, in the mould of a horse really going places. He's thriving, and the winning run has continued into the most prestigious prize that is possible. Well done to all connected to Tuwaisan 1844, that form from last time, back on the 21st of February, very much holding up, beating, perhaps on the day, the Abayan we didn't fancy. Abayan 1777 has given the horse, our winner, the hardest work. We'll see the closing stages one last time, or a couple more times. And look at the stand side at this point. That was where Abayan 1777 had rather rolled towards that far side, near side as we see it. Tuwaisan keeping straight and true. And the grey over on the far side of the track, the centre of the track, that was Abayan 1867, our defending champ, who from the home turn looked as though he was being pushed along. And it was not his best running by any means. Who knows? If he'd given his best, would he have beaten Tuwaisan? Not entirely sure. Tuwaisan 1844 leads home the Abayans 1777 and then Abayan 1867. And that is exactly what it means to the winning rider. The rich prize that is the King's Cup for the purebred Arabians goes the way of Tuwaisan 1844.
And the result of our first race is now official. They have weighed in, weighed in.
Well, no doubt, the key horse in today's King's Cup is Military Academy. He is co-owned by Sheikh Issa and his uncle, Sheikh Abdullah, who also bred this horse and who bred the wonderful Camelot, the winner of the Derby back in the day. This is very much a joint project. It's a very big evening today because Military Academy is bidding to strut his stuff in what is effectively his homeland, in the King's Cup, in front of His Majesty the King. He's trained in Newmarket in England by John and Thady Gosden, and Thady has been discussing his claims with Ali Vance.
Thady, you've got an interesting one for the King's Cup, then Military Academy. When did that race become a target for you?
So we've been thinking of this race for a while. He started his career quite late on, but you know, last year he won 2 novices and then went straight into listed company, ran well, then won the Floodlit Stakes at the back end of last year. And ever since then, we've had this race in mind. The horse is a 1.5 miles at Sakir here, and the horse is a homebred by His Highness Sheikh Issa and His Highness Sheikh Abdullah, who they own the mare Sovereign Parade, who's actually trained at Clarehaven as well. And then, of course, they had commissioning at the mare by Kingman, who is a very smart filly, and now Military Academy is the second horse in training from the mare.
So the owners, breeders, obviously keen for you to bring him out. In terms of the race conditions and the conditions here, all of his runs on turf have been on good to soft or slower. How will he handle it here?
Yeah, exactly. That was slightly more through circumstance than the name, although obviously he handles that ground well, being my fast and Rotterdam Gallo mare. But his sister, she enjoyed top of the ground, and he doesn't seem to mind it too much. Obviously this year, the race has a lot of depth to it. I mean, there's there's a lot of international runners, and the horses here, such as Sovereign Spirit, there's very, very solid horses. So it's sort of a bit of complexity to it, but we'll have to see.
How do you rate his chances?
Well, we're drawn a little wide, but see what pace there is on, and hopefully the racing worked out well for him. Of course, it's first time here at the track, so we'll have to see how he handles that, but he's travelled over very well. He's quite laid back about life. He doesn't worry much, which is ideal, so we'll have to see.
And you have come very close to winning the Bahrain International Trophy on a number of occasions. You've definitely got an itch you want to scratch here and get that finally get that win. What would it mean personally to get a big win like the King's Cup?
Well, obviously, like you say, we've been lucky to, fortunate in a way to have come second in the Bahrain International 4 times with 4 good horses. That's a race that keeps sort of levelling up every year. And obviously, it'd be fantastic for the horse to run well here, but we'll obviously have to see.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Of this horse whatsoever, and when you actually put into context that his debut didn't come until the 23rd of August, he's actually packed quite a lot in, and the very fact that he's here now in the newly instated Group 3 King's Cup here in Bahrain, just a few months on from the debut, testament to what he's achieved so far. This was the penultimate run, the last run as a colt. It's now a gelding. This was when winning, beating a Merrick in a Floodlit Stakes listed at Kempton back in November, and that key form race subsequently was the Winter Derby, when beaten by Royal Champion, raced at 113, who probably had a little bit more fitness on his side. And what a good run that was. And this is testament to the horse's talent. I think he needs to lift this particular bit of form, but he's a very well-bred horse, Nick, and he should be on the up.
He is a well-bred horse. I mean, I suppose the question mark that would be a perfectly legitimate one would be, is he going to handle or improve for ground that's that little bit quicker this evening than he's faced before on turf? He's essentially raced on an artificial surface or just softish turf to date. Thady Gosden seems to believe that that's not really a problem and is merely a function of circumstance rather than anything else.
Yeah, and his sister commissioning, we didn't see the absolute best of her. She won the Phillies Mile. She handled top of the ground absolutely fine. So
she did.
Until we're proved otherwise, I'm gonna be on the positive side of things. What do you reckon?
A very handsome horse, great physique, a horse that you feel should, do significantly better still.
Absolutely. Runners are approaching, or they're in the parade ring ahead of our next race, so we'll begin the build-up very shortly indeed.
To the second race on tonight's card, the REHC Cup. It is a race over the mile for the locally bred thoroughbreds, and let's have a look at the lineup. Number 1 is Rider on the Storm, and Jaurès Marcialis takes the ride. Number 2 is Blues Queen and Tom Marquand. 3 is Sharid. Note the jockey change here. Mohammed Jamil takes the ride here, claims the 3 kg allowance. 4 Pisces, Stefan Lajaj, man in form last night. 5 Atlal Hussein Asghar. On to number 6, Portofino, and our first race winning jockey, Ibrahim Nada. 7, Call the Wind, Lee Newman. 8 is Hizam, Abdul Rahim Jassim. 9, Hura is the non-runner. And 10, Wassouf, Andrew Breslin.
Yeah, thanks to Darren. The list of runners, these are they in the flesh, starting off with number 8. Number 8 is Hizam. Hizam, who's got a break from stall 6. Only 2 runs thus far. Comprehensive winner of a maiden last time, Hizam. So has got that to springboard from. This requires more, I would think, but an interesting runner. Number 10 is Wasuf. Once race mare, didn't beat a rival on that sole start a year and a month ago. And based on that, it's impossible to take too much positivity, not least the fact as well that the absence has been sizable. That is Wasuf. Number 4 comes next. As we see the runners in the parade ring ahead of our second race. Number 1, I beg your pardon. That will be Rider on the Storm for Llores Marciales, who was successful in these very colours yesterday for Alan Smith. It was a benefit of a race for the trainer. It's had a little bit of a break, Rider on the Storm, off since the late December meeting here. Did win first up actually this season. It's won over this trip and indeed shorter. So we'll see if the good form for these connections can continue into today. They're also represented through Blues Queen, number 2. She's been a little out of form this season. She was actually placed in a sprint 1200 metre race on this card exactly a year ago. She's got the ability. Her rider, Tom Markund, warms up for big rides later, Military Academy chief there. This is number 4. This is Pisces, who failed to beat a rival last time and has struggled to trouble the judge in a handful of starts this season. Sole win was over this trip last January in a weak-ish race. Number 5 is Atlau, comes into this off a win. Dominant that day from the Irishman, who actually was perhaps a little unfortunate not to be closer than 3rd yesterday. Looked like her form might have plateaued a bit, Atlau, but last time was anything but. 6 is Portofino, hasn't won in a season and a half. A few reasonable efforts since this campaign, including when 3rd in the Bahrain Derby back in late January, could run all right. Some fine artwork, just Paddock side there. That wasn't here yesterday. Capturing every moment. Right, number 7, Call the Wind, very lightly raced, won the career debut last January, and that was the sole start actually of the season. Now 3 runs this time around. 2 starts ago was all right, behind the subsequent Oaks winners Jerusalema. Actually, we'll see that horse a little bit later. And Call the Wind can be given a little bit of a form claim on that. But that is a look through the runners as we go down to Ali in the parade ring itself.
Thanks, Nick. Right, in terms of selection then, I'm going to take a punt on Portofino to give Ibrahim Nada a quick double. He's been running in some decent Grade 1, domestic Grade 1 and Grade 2s. This is obviously easier. He finished 3rd in the Bahrain Derby 2 starts ago, and trained by Ali Jan. I think he's going to do well this afternoon to beat Atlau, horse number 5, and she has both of her wins have been over this trip, and I like her form behind the Irishman, who finished 3rd yesterday. Atlau beat the Irishman when they met back on the at the beginning of February. And then the final selection then is horse number 7, Call the Wind, for Lee Newman and Alan Smith. Won on debut as a 3-year-old, and I know that this one is fancied in the international market as well. So horses 6, 5 and 7 for me. But it is time now for crowd cam, so give us a wave if you want to win a cash prize. Give us your best smile and we'll be heading over and giving you an envelope. So give us a wave, it is crowd cam. There we are, it's a good smile. Well done, you two then. We'll be heading over and giving you an envelope. If you want to be in with a chance of winning today with crowd cam, make sure you give us a big wave when you see your face on the big screen. So give us a wave, guys. And we will be finding you guys and giving you some cash. Right, who is going to be next then? Who is next for crowd cam? Cash prizes this evening up for grabs. There we go. Give us a wave, give us a wave, give us a smile. Enjoy the afternoon, the evening at the races, and that is crowd cam.
So the runners are now making their way out onto the course for our second race, the REHC Cup. I'm going to take a chance here with Hizam, number 8 Hizam, lightly raced 4-year-old. This is Hizam's third career start and really did step up last time, winning over this course and distance. So 8 Hizam for me, ahead of number 5 Atlal, who was a winner last time, beating the Irishman, and Portofino for me will fill out third position. So that is a prediction of 8-5-6.
Darren, thank you very much. So minutes now to post time for this REHC Cup. Nearest to you is number 2 Blues Queen, and furthest away in the quartered cap, Rider on the Storm, part of the M&E Racing team, who dominated one of our races yesterday, having the first, second and fourth in the race where Alan Smith, the trainer of this brace, had the first 5 home. There's number 10, Wassouf, Andrew Breslin, taking the ride on this mare, and she didn't show an awful lot on her sole start.
That was ages ago, so it's creative thinking if you can make a case for her. Certainly wouldn't be in my list. I'll go for it, and I'm going to go 5 Atlal to beat 7 Call the Winds, and stablemate 2 Blues Queen. They're my 1, 2, 3 in this trappy event.
Yeah, I've gone Blues Queen on top here, with Atlal in second and Call the Wind in third. So 2-5-7 for me, 2-5-7.
Okay, I've gone 4-5-7 too. I like that. The fact that we're going to go for the first 3, whatever the order, I think we'll be celebrating.
I hope so.
Yeah, best of luck.
Here's number 6, in shot, Portofino. Domestic Group 2 last time for this horse.
I think unless my hearing mistook me, I think Ali's gone for this one. Portofino, who hasn't won, admittedly, in a season and a half, but as you said, has been in a couple of okay, reasonable races and has run all right as well. Was third in the Bahrain Derby back in late January and could run all right. This horse was bred by Fawzi Nas.
That's Portofino dropping in class then. Behind that one is Hizam. Just got a shot of Hizam briefly.
Yeah.
A winner last time.
Well, a complete blank canvas in so many ways. Winning the second start of the career, only the second. That was last time. It was a pretty comprehensive success in maiden company. This requires more, but it does... well, it's the reason we're in the race is because of the success last time. So the lightly raced Hizam is still open to more.
Yeah, you just got a glimpse there in the green colours with the brown sleeves and cap of Pisces, who was further back in that domestic group 2 behind Portofino.
Yeah, failed to be a rival last time. Has actually struggled to trouble the judge, I should say, in a handful of starts this season. Has won here before, but it's a little while ago. Stéphane Lajage takes the ride. He had a very good evening last night. You never know. Might turn something in by way of back form with this horse, but hasn't happened recently.
All right, that is Pisces in shot there. Stéphane Lajage for Fawzi Nas. Fawzi had his horses well ready for last night's entertainment, springing a significant surprise with a horse who runs later on this evening.
We'll see him again nationwide, up against Desert Cop, round 2 in the space of 24 hours. Who said the Turf Series was finished? If the first 2 from yesterday are back out again, Get It's there as well. So we enjoyed them yesterday. Let's see what we get today. I'd be fascinated to see if Nationwide can go and lead them a merry dance over that far side rail again, because when he wins, he's drawn on the far side, and he is again today.
Out of track in use tonight, 1,600 metres this race. Racing over a mile, 8 furlongs. And as we always say, plenty of time to sort themselves out here over a mile.
Should be. And hopefully it'll be a reasonably honestly run race as well. We had a couple of riders, not least Tom Marcon's on Silk Road. I'm not going to say steel races, but dominating from the front yesterday. So I'll be fascinated to see how it's going to play out today.
All right, won't be long now. About 3 minutes to post. 3 minutes to post ahead of this REHC Cup. Race 2 on the card, due off at 8:45. Horse in the foreground there. Rider on the Storm. Horace Marcialis for Alan Smith. Winner 2 starts back. needs a bit more today on these terms, I think, and conceding weight to all of his rivals.
Yes, absolutely. And Jonas Marcialis was in the silks winning yesterday, as we mentioned earlier. He's had a little bit of a break off since the late December meeting, and did win first up here this season, as you touched on, and has actually won over shorter than this as well. So has got plenty of pace, rider on the Storm. But I think, for me, Blues Queen, for the same connections, is the likelier player under Tom Markin. She's been a little out of form this season, but she did run very well on this particular card last year, and she's certainly got the ability. Now, this is the race that precedes our chief supporting race on the day, Nick, which is our Methaq Mile. I guess the unfortunate thing in so many ways is that we don't have Osman Fleet. We knew that a couple of days out, and sadly no byline. So I guess the path is pretty clear for Goman in a lot of ways.
Yeah, Goman, who ran a wonderful race in Riyadh, really never giving up, boxing on really strongly behind two Japanese trained horses. That sort of form should see him be very hard to beat here.
What about General Panic?
General Panic, of course, won that controversial race at the Amis Sword Festival in Doha at the Al Rayyan track before they moved the meeting. But if you take away all the drama, that race in and of itself was quite deep. So oughtn't to be discounted. Yep,
really good horse over there. And High Bank as well, I wanted to mention for the Crisfords, visor added. And having seen that horse a number of times across the Gulf over at Meydan, he doesn't quite see out the 18 and 2,000 metres that he's been trying. So the idea that he goes back to 1,600 for the first time since he won for Godolphin, I think it's quite interesting in itself. Visor goes on.
All right, Andrew Breslin has hopped off the mare Wassouf, but he'll be back on shortly enough, just taking a bit of weight off her back before the runners go into the stalls, which will be very shortly, I hope.
Well, it's not raining today.
No.
We were getting a little bit wet at this stage yesterday, weren't we?
There's Andrew Breslin, just waiting to get back on Wassouf, number 10, one of the outsiders here.
Yeah. Already feels like a significantly bigger crowd than yesterday, doesn't it? And it surely will only build.
It does. Great atmosphere here at the Bahrain Turf Club tonight. A reminder that our feature race is off at 10:20 local time. Our feature race, His Majesty the King's Cup of 2025.
The Group 3 feature.
That's an international Group 3, of course. Afforded that status this year. All right.
Remind the selections, I'm going for number 5, Atlau, to beat number 7, Call the Wind, and in third, Blues Queen, number 2. You've gone for something similar, but a slightly different formula.
Yeah, 275 for me. 275 for me. Darren Owen, it's all yours.
Thanks, Nick. So runners then moving up into place for the REHC Cup. It is over the 1,600 metres, the mile. And they're going in very nicely. Favourite on the international markets earlier on today was number 7, Call the Wind. Lee Newman aboard for Alan Smith. Alan represented by rider on the Storm and Blues Queen as well. Call the Wind in the pink jacket, moving forward now. And we're waiting on His Arm. Third career start for His Arm to go into stall number 6. And then we'll be set. So His Arm going in. All in. They're off. So 1,600 metres the journey ahead of this field. Pisces began alertly up along the inside. Call the Wind pink jacket in the centre with Sharid, and also there's His Arm now just tucking in behind the leaders with Portofino for company. They're being chased on down the far side by rider on the Storm and Blues Queen. Further back to Atlal, and the back marker is Wassouf. So they go on down the back, and it is Sharid who's coming through now to try and take over narrowly to Call the Wind, who holds the inside. His Arm is back in third, Portofino 4. Rider on the Storm's just in behind these, followed by Atlal and Pisces, and then comes Blues Queen, and Wassouf being pushed along last of all, and they've got less than 1,000 metres to go. It is Call the Wind and Sharid, those two matching steps, and they are about 3 lengths in front of His Arm as they make the run down the side. Portofino and rider on the Storm are next, followed by Pisces, Atlal Atlal under pressure to keep up. So too Blues Queen, and Wasuf is at the moment going nowhere fast. Turning into the straight, heading inside the last 600, and it is Call the Wind in pole position, coming 3 wide. Dark blue jacket of his arm, Sharad between horses. Portofino is next, then Rider on the Storm. Call the Wind now called on for maximum effort. His arm is throwing down the gauntlet. They're inside the final 400 metres. His arm, Call the Wind. Pisces over on the far running rail. Rider on the Storm wants a slice of the action as well, heading towards the last 200 metres, and his arm is in front now by a couple of lengths. The question is, can his arm keep going? It's his arm, Pisces, Rider on the Storm down the outside. Blues Queen is trying to get organised. It is his arm in front. It's a long 200 metres for his arm. It's his arm trying to hold on to the lead from both Rider on the Storm and Blues Queen. His arm does enough. His arm the winner. Tight places between Rider on the Storm and Blues Queen. So it is his arm who has won it. His arm, the lightly raced 4-year-old coming into this race, only the 3rd career start for his arm, who stepped forward nicely last time with a win over this course and distance. Those Alan Smith horses were determined towards the finish. Rider on the Storm and Blues Queen as we pick up the last 200 metres. Oh, it was a long 200 metres this for his arm. His arm who kicked pretty early in the straight but kept going to the line from a determined Rider on the Storm and Blues Queen. And it is pretty close, isn't it, as you can see. But it looks as though on that evidence that his arm has just done enough from the Alan Smith pair. Provisional winner, number 8, his arm.
Well, his arm was the horse who was unexposed, open to the most improvement, and that improvement has been forthcoming here, has won the REHC Cup. It is very tight for the minor honours. I appreciate that Tom Marquand has not won this race aboard Blues Queen, but he has certainly produced the best ride because she was hanging all over the place. Second to last, sheepskin noseband. She's ended up being beaten about a neck here. She will not go forward in a straight line, and Marquand has had to use all his strength and guile to get her to a challenging position. If only she'd got her head down and not hung, she'd have won this race comfortably.
Absolutely. To a degree, I think the winner might have just argued a little bit in the closing stages, but in truth, just look at the amount of ground she's had to make up. Despite her reluctance, I think this will give you even more of an indication on the head-on. Spot second from the right, you're going to see Blues Queen just trying to get past stablemate, ownermate as well. Riders on the Storm has run a reasonable race, but Blues Queen, it's the one that got away. The winner is now 2 from 3 for the career, is on the up, maybe inexperienced in the closing stages, but the eye's always going to be drawn to the 3rd.
8, 2, 1, 6, the finishing order. 8, his arm the winner. Here's Ali.
Well, let's have a word with our winning jockey then, Rahim. Well done. You've ridden this horse on all 3 starts. Improved performance again today?
Yes, he's been improving after every run actually, and the way he's been progressed since his first run is just incredible. And today he showed that he has the class.
Just about held on though. Could you hear them or see them coming?
Yes, I did hear them, but thank God he hanged on and I won the race.
You've been part of these big days many years. It's important for local jockeys to be part of it and be in the winner's enclosure. How important is it for you?
Yes,
this win?
It's very important, especially on this big day, the King Cup. I've always been dreaming to ride in such races, and to win on this day just means a lot.
Well, congratulations and our winning jockey. Well done to Rahim Jassim, winner of our 2nd race on board his arm.
Is as follows. First, number 8, his arm. Second, number 2, Blues Queen. Third, number 1, Rider on the Storm. Fourth was number 6, Portofino, and 5th, number 4, Pisces. The distance is a neck and a nose. That's a neck and a nose. And the official time of the winning horse, 1 minute 38.87. 1 minute 38.87. And the winner getting a fantastic reception here. This is his arm, lightly raced 4-year-old, 3rd career start. That's 2 wins from 3 starts for this improver, his arm, who has come through to take it in the hands of Abdul Rahim Jassim for Abdullah Kuwaiti. His arm, the winner of race 2.
Yeah, getting a good reception as well from the local crowd. Jockey Rahim Jassim saying how much it meant to him to ride a winner on this night. And in the colours of His Highness Sheikh Salman bin Khalid, bin Ali Al Khalifa as well, bred by the Safra stud, a gelding by Sporting out of Madam Sinclair. His Arm comes home the winner into the enclosure here after race 2, the REHC Cup. And a horse that can certainly keep moving forward. I wouldn't mind seeing this horse back at 1400 either, Nick.
No, given the pace that got him into the winning position from there on in, maybe for our rider, it felt like a long final couple of 100 metres. It probably did as well for the third, Tom Markand, given the urgings from him on Blues Queen. But he's got pace to track himself into a race. He won over 1600 last time. He's not actually tried anything shorter, but as you say, could be worth an avenue.
There's the winner then of race 2, His Arm.
No,
The result of the second race is now official. They have weighed in, and as you can see from the screen there, the winner, number 8, His Arm, second, number 2, Blues Queen, third, number 1, Rider on the Storm, fourth, number 6, Portofino, and fifth was number 4, Pisces. 1 minute 38.87, the official time of the winning horse, 1 minute 38.87, and the margins, a neck and a nose.
Okay, it's trophy presentation time for our second race. This is the REHC Cup, and we welcome up Kamil Murad, Ali Murad, member of the High Committee of the Rashid Equestrian and Horse Racing Club, to present the trophy. Well done to connections of His Arm, winner of this race, winning owner His Highness Sheikh Salman bin Khalid bin Ali Al Khalifa, and receiving the trophy then His Highness Sheikh Khalid bin Ali Al Khalifa. Well done to our winning jockey then Abdurrahim Jassim, and our winning trainer Abdullah Kuwaiti. Well, a big crowd here this evening as we await the arrival of the King, and I'm having a quick chance to, grabbing a chance to have a quick word with Ed Crisford. Ed, you've got two runners this evening. We're going to start with Highbank, who'll be in our next race, the Methaq Mile. How is he?
No, he's in really good form. He travelled over great from Dubai. He ran well in his last race. It was a Group 3, mile and a quarter. You know, Danny rode him that day, just felt maybe coming back to the mile just might suit him a bit better. And this race popped up, so we had it in mind to bring him over.
Because you had intricacy here for His Highness Sheikh Nasser's race, a sort of trial for the King's Cup. So when did Highbank come into calculations to bring him along as well? Yeah, well, after that race, we were looking at what there was for him in Dubai, and there wasn't much left for him, and this race really suited. So, you know, I think he's an exciting prospect tonight. You know, and it looks, you know, I think if he puts his best foot forward, he'll be right there. And Intricacy ran a really good race, and we saw him in His Highness Sheikh Nasser's race, finishing in third. You must have been pleased with that.
Yeah, it was a bit of an odd race for him. He sort of broke a bit slow and on the outside, and he was wide coming around the bend. But he finished well. He's a sort of funny character. He's got a mind of his own, really, and you've just got to coax him into things. So I think if he's on a going day and he's enjoying the early part of the race, he should be finishing nicely.
And the extra distance, will that be a problem for him?
No, he's been running over that in England and Europe, and the rain probably would have helped him a bit as well.
Well, good luck with those two.
Thanks, Ali. Thank you.
Highbank and Intricacy, the runners from the Crisford Yard here. The Crisford Yard, who have had extraordinary success, not just here in Bahrain, but all through the Middle East. I'm very interested to see how Highbank gets on today. You've been watching this horse in Dubai.
Yeah, very much so. I think they probably found the right kind of race for him. I wonder whether maybe exhausted all possibilities out there. But the idea of bringing him back to 1,600 metres, I think it's for the first time since Godolphin ran him at the July meeting a couple of years ago, and he won. The visor goes on. I don't think he quite sees out 2,000, 1,800. Bring him back to 1,600, have a go.
Okay, it's a good race, this.
It is a good race. A little bit of gloss taken off it, sadly. Ottoman Fleet and Byline, but it should still be a reasonable contest, to say the least.
But if Byline has been, you know, one of the standing dishes, then Goman has done Bahrain proud as well.
Just the most extraordinary. A horse that we thought we knew all about because he was running at, what, 2,400, 2,200, and then suddenly they've had a rattling good miler all along. And he ran such a good race, as you would have seen across the Gulf a couple of weeks ago, finding only the Japanese too good. There's no shame in that.
I think his attitude is what I like about him. He never gives up, keeps boxing on. I think he'll want a bit of a pace to run at here. Maybe that's something that we could consider where the likely speed is. Is it going to be General Panic?
I don't know. I think you can see him going forward. I'm intrigued to see how the really speedy Army Ethos is going to be ridden, just as regards getting the distance today. My idea is that I think Guman's just going to win this race. What do you reckon?
I hope so, in a way. I think it will be a deserved success. Though clearly it's no gimme.
No, it's no gimme.
But
the wind's pretty bad at the moment.
I think a reproduction of the run in Riyadh just a couple of weeks ago should suffice. My only worry would be that, you know, all horses' form to a greater or lesser extent is cyclical. You can't ask them to peak every time.
No.
He's travelled back. Can he produce that sort of effort quite quickly off the back?
And he had to run huge that day in order to do so. And actually the two wins over Byline, really good efforts here locally, but I wonder whether he had to usurp that level just to get close to the Japanese horses in Saudi. So yeah, I can see that being potentially an issue, but he's here. And he's still got limited mileage as this miler, so I'm looking forward to seeing how much more there might be to come from him.
I'm interested down the bottom. Oliver Show for George Bowie and Billy Lochnan. George and Billy just touched off in one of our Turf Series races yesterday with Mr. Allen. That was a painful blow. What chance they could upset the apple cart tonight?
I was surprised he was in the race, to be honest with you. I thought he'd been, I'm not saying it also ran necessarily, but he'd probably been found out in a couple of Turf Series races last time anyway. I don't think he's as competitive as Mr. Allen was yesterday. I don't see him as a likely winner of this, Oliver Show.
But a small field here,
yeah,
for sure. A horse we haven't mentioned much is Army Ethos, who is just a serial winner in Bahrain.
Serial winner, but all of which shorter. The question is the 1600 metres. Can he be dragged out stamina-wise? We remember him as being a really fast 2-year-old a couple of years ago, and he's got a lot of speed here.
So His Majesty the King has arrived here at the Bahrain Turf Club for the running of the 2025 King's Cup. His Highness the Crown Prince here as well. And this is a family affair as much as it is an historic race day for the kingdom.
Yeah, and we were talking about this yesterday, established 1982, was it the first run? Then it goes and gets the international status back in 2015. So they've watched as an event it grow and grow. And I guess the world's here now, which is part of the reason why they've put on this show that they do.
Yeah, so 1982, the King's Cup was first run. 2015, the race was opened up to imported or international horses. And really, the aim is to provide bookends to the season here in Bahrain, the Bahrain International Trophy, a much newer race in November. And now, of course, this race today, which has been going an awful lot longer, over 40 years, but is growing in standing all the time, and it's great to see such a good representative field today, and particularly excited to see how Military Academy can perform in the hands of Tom Marquand for John and Thady Gosden. Crown Prince is here at the Bahrain Turf Club alongside His Highness Sheikh Issa as we await the arrival of His Majesty for the King's Cup. There will be a little delay until this next race, the Methaq Mile, of perhaps quarter of an hour or 20 minutes while we await the arrival of the whole royal party.
Royal patronage here. First time since 2019.
That's right, yeah, absolutely. First time since His Majesty's
there were no floodlights
2019.
here. The whole infrastructure of the place has changed in that time. The race has been pushed up, and it's now got international recognition, and I used that phrase yesterday, a destination race, off the back of the winner last year. And I know we've banged the drum, or I've banged the drum, and I certainly did last year. Ali Vance, our colleague, I think was sick of the sound of Isle of Jura, but I was so impressed with that whole series, what he did, and then to go back to Europe, go back to the UK and show that Bahrain form can be translated, and what you're doing out here, you can go back to Europe and show you're a rattling good horse as well. It's only added to what is a progressive racing jurisdiction out here.
Yeah, quite interestingly, the winner of the King's Cup last year, Isle of Jura, as you mentioned, who won the 3 big races here in Bahrain. He went on to win the Hardwick Stakes at Royal Ascot. That is the target for this year's favourite as well, Military Academy. So if all goes well today, take him back to Europe with the Hardwick at Royal Ascot as his first major target, Group 2, and then who knows?
And it's one of those things, everything takes a little while to bed in, doesn't it? And we're not talking, we're within 10 years of the Bahrain International Trophy of that being created, but bit by bit, we look at the progression of that event, look at the horses who ran in it just recently. Nation's Pride was an also ran. He dotted up in a group race at Meydan the other day. Lead Artist looks like he might be a huge 4-year-old for this season to go forward with for Clare Haven. The quality of that race is getting better. The quality of this race is getting better. The international representation in the Turf Series gets stronger. That's being spread out. This place is going upwards rapidly.
All right, well, the crowd is filling here, and We will be back with you very shortly.
So there is the bell then for the jockeys to mount for the Methaq Mile. The horses are in the parade ring, so the delay hopefully won't be too long. But looking ahead into the card then a little bit later, of course, we've got that Group 3 King's Cup, and King of Conquest is the ride of yours, Richard. It's a horse that you won on here in a Bahrain Turf Series race, a couple of seasons ago. Is that the last time you were here?
That was the last time I was here, yeah. It was a successful trip. He won and Warren Point won, so yeah, it's nice to be back. It's been happy hunting ground out here when I've been able to come over, so hopefully it's a successful one again.
He ran in the King's Cup 12 months ago. Saffie Osborne rode him that time. He finished 4th. How's his form heading into this year's race?
Yeah, he's been very consistent. Like I say, if you look at his form at Meydan, he's been hitting the board, and unfortunately that's been actually over 1 mile and 6. So he's coming back in trip again to a track that he has won around. I mean, when he won here, I think it was 1 mile and 1 as well. So, you know, he doesn't lack speed. So hopefully we're able to get a nice position and hopefully as forward as we can, because obviously he stays well. And looking at it, you know, you look through the card and obviously, you know, John and Thady Gosden's horse looks the one that's probably the unexposed one coming through the ranks. But I think course and distance form and you know, he's coming fresh and he's been running well in Dubai. So hopefully, yeah, and I think the rain that they've had over the last couple of days will help him as well. So, you know, just he's got that high knee action, because even when he won here, it was quick ground that day, and he wasn't really enjoying it, but he got away with it. So hopefully it's a happy trip again.
Do you feel he's as good a horse as he was, you know, 18 months ago, a couple of seasons ago?
He's been consistent, so, you know, it's hard to knock him. He's just probably come up against one or two that are just coming through the ranks, and, you know, he's a year older, so obviously 2 years older than when he was last here. But, yeah, look, he ran in the race last year. He was 4th, and, yeah, hopefully we can go a few better and get his head in front. He's used to run under the lights as well, so that should help him as well.
It could give him an advantage. Some of those other ones, the atmosphere is pretty buzzy here. You've got a ride, though, in the King's Cup for local horses as well, Mid-Hal. Do you know much about that one?
Only what I've seen of his replays, he's been pretty consistent. He's been knocking on the door. Looks a competitive race, but he looks a horse that the trip suits him down to the ground. And obviously we're drawn out in 11, which is never an easy task to get in, because that bend comes up pretty quick. But hopefully he can run a big race. He was second in the prep, I think, behind Neil Callan's horse. So if he can run to that form, he should be thereabouts.
Well, good luck with those 2 rides. Nice to see you.
Thanks, Ali. Thank you.
So coming up, the third race of the evening, the Methaq Mile. It is a listed race. Let's have a look at the field. Number 1 is a non-runner to confirm. That's Ottoman Fleet. So number 2 is Goman and Ibrahim Nada. 3, Army Ethos, Stefan Lajaj, confirming that number 4, Byline, is a non-runner. Number 5 is General Panic, and General Panic is partnered by Thomas Lukasek. Number 6 is High Bank, Harry Davis. 7, Memento, and Feos Martin Borja. 8, Oliver Show, and Billy Lochnan. This is the listed Methaq Mile.
What a tremendous horse this is. This is Goman. He's been a standing dish here in Bahrain and throughout the Middle East, but he is without his regular rider, Alberto Sanna, who had a horrible fall in Doha earlier in the week and is hospitalized. Ibrahim Nader takes the ride, and a big ride as well. Huge ride, and yes, can only extend your best wishes as well there to Alberto Sanna, and hopefully the swiftest of recoveries. But Guman, I think it sums it all up, Nick. We've talked about his form with Byline, who sadly isn't here, but well, it cements him as the best miler about. His run in Saudi. It sums it up that on this very card last year, he was running in the King's Cup over 2,400 metres. That was his thing, and he was to a degree and also ran in those kind of races. But now he's got all the speed. It's always been there. They've just unlocked it. But I think what he does want at a mile is a pace to run at, which is kind of why he's been doing better in better races where they go a more honest gallop. And that would be my worry today, just whether he's got enough to aim at late. And we've lost a couple of the quality protagonists, Ottoman Fleet and Byline, both of which wouldn't have been too far away from making this an honestly run race. I'm not entirely sure as to how this is going to set up from a pace perspective. As I said earlier, I'm fascinated to see how Army Ethos is going to be ridden. It is the big question that this very speedy horse steps up in trip. Gorgeous grey horse by Dark Angel, of course, the sire of Sharon, European champion sire in 2024. Guman in the hands of a new rider today. There is Army Ethos, who wins for fun round here. Yeah, he did. Won a good race here last time over 1,400. Gets that trip fine. What about the extra 200? To get on top a little bit more snugly, actually, than what the winning margin might lead you to think. Has won 2 of the last 4 starts. Pedigree wouldn't scream a mile, but round here might just get it better than elsewhere. Yeah, interesting. By Shalar, who was a very good 2-year-old, very good sprinter for Al Shakab, out of a Dream Ahead mare. Both Shalar and Dream Ahead won the same race as 2-year-olds. Interesting that a lot of Shalar's progeny do seem to outrun their pedigrees, but Army Ethos, this is going to stretch him unless it's a crawl. It is a bit, isn't it? But in truth, as I said, in a slightly weaker race than this, did run a good 1,400 metre test and has passed that absolutely fine. So I can see exactly why they're trying to go for the 1,200 today. He's not the only horse, actually. Later in the card, we've got Zeal in one of the non-features stepping up in trips. So we'll see how they go. General Panic is in shot. This is a talented horse. He was a talented horse in the UK. He's a talented horse in Qatar as well. Thomas Lukasek riding for Ibrahim Al-Malki and enjoyed his finest hour at Al Rayyan in a local Group 2 race there. Yeah, talk us through that race, because you would have been there. Beat Point Linus that day. Yeah, Make Me King, of course. It's good form. Point Linus is a very smart horse trained by Ed Bethel, who rather had the run of the race. General Panic outpointed him. He's got plenty of speed. He's in stall 1. I wouldn't be surprised if he bounced out and tried to make it here. And I think tactically, he's the horse with the most upside. Do you think he can translate successfully, therefore, what he's been doing to another part of the Gulf? I see no reason why not. They're not dissimilar tracks in configuration. The bend here is much more forgiving than the bend at Al Rayyan, but by and large, you're talking about a right-handed track, one turn, so it's not entirely dissimilar, and he's got the inside.
He was a useful horse in the UK back when. Good to have him here.
This is High Bank for Simon and Ed Crisford and Harry Davis. He's second favourite in European books.
Visor added, Harry Davis rides for the Crisford team. He's been running well enough across the Gulf at Meydan, third to first conquest in the Dubai Millennium last time. That's a very useful level of form. And you look at his run style, look at the way that he does or doesn't finish his races over that distance. A bit like Gooman, this might be what he's been crying out for all along.
He's quite on his toes, High Bank in the headgear. He'll get a nice toe into the race, you fancy, from stall 4.
It's fascinating to see how he's dropping back. Army Ethos steps up. They'll sort of meet in the middle. Who wants it more? Who's better suited to the mile? We'll find out.
Joker in the pack. Well, who might it be? Might it be Memento, number 7? Huge price horse by Memas in the Alafu Silks.
He's got back class. He always has done. Gooman holds him on form the last couple of times. Was beaten in a Turf Series handicap last time. Did finish a good third in this last year, but I think if you just look at his level, maybe he's not quite where he was last year.
And Oliver Show, Billy Lochnan for George Bowie. A combination you must never rule out. Billy rode this horse here last time.
It's been running in Turf Series races, bringing him back to the 1600, I think, can be considered a positive. Let's hear what Ali thinks of this race.
I'm a massive Goman fan. I think he's been absolutely fantastic for connections over the last 2 seasons, and now he's going over the mile distance. He's been unstoppable, and he ran really well in Riyadh last time. So Goman for me to beat General Panic, who was a good winner in Doha when we last saw him, and then Army Ethos, who was very good at Royal Ascot a couple of seasons ago and has been rejuvenated by coming out here.
Into the stalls for this, one of our features this evening. This is the listed Al Methaq Mile. Yes, I'm going to go with Goman, one of the top-rated horses trained here in the kingdom. So I'll go 263. So runners then moving up into place at the mile start. General Panic is out of line and will be the last one to load. Last one going in, the Al Methaq Mile. All in. And they're off. Last one away was Oliver Show, away smartly Goman with High Bank showing up nicely. To the wide outside is Army Ethos, and it's High Bank who takes them along. Memento, Goman and the green jacketed General Panic to the inside. Army Ethos now tucks in behind runners with Oliver Show for company. They go on down the far side, and it is High Bank who dictates the early fractions. Memento hasn't settled yet in the red and black in second place. General Panic third. Goman's in behind those, followed by Army Ethos, and Oliver Show is weighted with as they leave the back. So the leader is High Bank. High Bank on top by about a length and a half inside the final 1,000 metres. Make it 2 lengths now. High Bank being followed by Memento. Break then of about 3.5 lengths to General Panic, who's a length in advance of Goman, Army Ethos and Oliver Show are the last 2. They're inside the final 800. They're approaching the final turn, and it is the Simon and Ed Crisford trained High Bank partnered by Harry Davis who will lead them in. Memento is 2 lengths down. There's a bit of daylight then of about 3 lengths worth to the third place runner. That is General Panic. Goman now being shaken up to the outside. Army Ethos and Oliver Show are following. They're down the straight towards the final 400. High Bank is really kicking for home. High Bank shakes off Memento. Here comes Goman. General Panic also staying on, heading down towards the last 200 and the business end. And High Bank now being passed by Goman on the outside. And it's the grey, the dashing grey Goman who goes on from General Panic. Oliver Show is now staying on down the outside, but it is Goman, the top miler here in the kingdom, wins the Al Methaq Mile. Goman the winner. Tight places, General Panic and Oliver Show. Army Ethos and Memento crossed the line together, and High Bank was last. So Goman, one of the top-rated horses here in the kingdom, the best miler here in the kingdom. Goman, Ibrahim Nada riding his second winner of the night. This horse is a real star, a dashing grey by Dark Angel. He's come good here, and he's really hit the line in top style to win the Al Methaq Mile. High Bank was the one who dictated the early fractions. We're picking up the closing stages now, heading down towards the last 100 metres, and Goman in front by a good couple of lengths. There was a race on for places. Oliver Show's run with credit, but no doubt about it, Goman was on top of the world to win the Al Methaq Mile. Number 2, the winner, and it'll be a photo for second.
in the form of his life, and the local hero has blitzed them in the Methaq Mile. Goman, he's 6 years old and he's just getting better. Beautiful son of Dark Angel, as Darren said, and Ibrahim Nader has enjoyed an armchair ride. The worry was, would there be enough pace? The answer was early, no. But then Highbank took hold of Harry Davis and gave Ibrahim Nader a target to aim at. Goman needed no second invitation. He devoured the ground when asked. It was then inevitable, because one thing this horse does at this distance is stay, and stay all day. He hit the line hard. Jockey had a job pulling him up. He is in the form of his life.
Nick, he's absolutely fabulous, this horse, and to wind the clock back 12 months and think what he was doing in his past life, we've had a brilliant miler here all along. His defeats of Byline suggested earlier in the season that he was the new miling star out here. He ran a cracker in front of your eyes just over in Saudi a couple of weeks ago. That has not left its mark, because he's come back, and after defeat to the two good Japanese horses, stamps his class here. I don't know what they're going to do with him. I just wonder whether Dubai might be on the agenda. I don't know if he'd get in.
I think they're going to have a go at the Dubai turf.
Yeah.
Because 9 furlongs round Meydan is going to suit him down to the ground.
Yeah.
He can go left-handed, he can go right-handed, he can do what you want. He's in good form. You know, he's not going to have any issues transferring climate.
No. He's run all right at Meydan before.
If ever he's going to run a big race in a huge contest, it's there. Ali is alongside the winning rider.
Yeah, and what a celebration, Ibrahim, and congratulations. He must have given you some feel.
He's a good horse, yeah. It's good to win my second race today. It means a lot for me, and well done to the team.
And it panned out exactly how you wanted?
I was trying to ride this horse since a long time, and he's a good horse. He dropped in distance, he came until 8 furlong, and he kept improving race by race. So
you rode him in the Bahrain International Trophy. Obviously, that was over 10 furlongs, 2,000 metres. He seemed to love this drop back to a mile, and we even ran over shorter in Riyadh.
Yeah, he liked the shorter distance more than the long distance. He was showing a different performance since he dropped at the distance. He ran well at the Riyadh track, and he's back today to Bahrain, and he won again. He's a true champion, miler.
He certainly is a true champion, as you are. 2 wins on a big night like tonight. You must be delighted.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to thank the owner and the trainer to put me on this horse today. I cannot say anything more. I'm more happy to ride this horse today, because I work out with him every day. So it means a lot for me, you know.
It certainly does mean a lot, and you show that just now, and also in your celebrations. Well done to Ibrahim Nader, riding Goman to victory in the Methaq Mile.
Really good performance from a horse who's taking his racing ever so well. You've just been checking on the invitation list for the Dubai Turf, Nick.
He is there. He's got an invitation, and come the first Saturday in April, the 5th, why not go and take on Romantic Warrior? Have a go. He's the best in Bahrain anyway.
It's not going to be easy, that's for sure. Nobody said it would be, but
he ran a good racing group company there once upon a time, but that was last year, and the Goman of 2025 is a totally different beast based on what we've seen.
Darren can tidy up the details for the Methaq Mile.
Yeah, so the winner is number 2, Goman. A super performance, a champion's performance there from Goman. So the result, first, number 2, Goman. Second was number 8, Oliver Show, running with real credit, the George Bowie trained runner. Third was number 5, General Panic. Fourth, number 3, Army Ethos, and fifth, number 7, Memento. The distances, 3 lengths and a short head, 3 lengths and a short head, and the official time of the winning horse, 1 minute 35. That's 35.92. 1 minute 35.92.
Well, the winner of our feature race tonight, the King's Cup, will have to go some to beat that performance. He's just full of enthusiasm, loving the game.
Yeah, he is. And I just like the way that he's dispatching the best that Bahrain can offer. And he's doing it with real distinction. And when you think of his 2 defeats of Byline, it looked like Byline at the start of the season was as good as ever. He might still be at a reasonable level, but Goman's just a couple of degrees above now.
Oliver Show has run a terrific race for George Bowie and Billy Loughnane. Darren was spot on there. That's much his best performance here in the Kingdom.
Absolutely, based on the couple of starts prior and that run in Turf Series company. He's run on after the bird had flown, but Goman is by far the best about.
the Bahrain Turf Club ahead of our feature race of the season here. It is His Majesty the King's Cup. We await the arrival of His Majesty here in front of a packed house. Nick Luck alongside Ali Vance and Nick Lightfoot. We've just seen a sparkling performance, Ali, from local hero Goman to take the Methaq Mile, and whoever wins later, they've got a pretty high bar to jump over.
They certainly do. It's great that we've got these races together, the Methaq Mile, on the same day as the King's Cup now. The Methaq Mile is a listed race. The King's Cup has been upgraded, the imported race, to a Group 3 status. And Nick, you were here for the first ever Bahrain International Trophy back in 2019. Prior to that race, Bahrain didn't have any pattern races. They've now got 6 pattern races. The International Trophy is a Group 2 and the King's Cup is a Group 3. So the last few seasons, how much it has risen in prominence here.
His Majesty has arrived here at the Bahrain Turf Club, and he is going to be treated, I think, to a very good race. And in order to gain that status, that international pattern race status, you need the horses, Nick.
Look no further than last year's winner. I know, Ali, you just smiling because I know that you were sick of me banging the Isle of Jura drum last year. But what he went on to do and beat the subsequent King George winner in Europe last year in the Hardwick Stakes just enhanced the quality of his performances and the quality of the races that he was running in here in Bahrain. The chief one was the King's Cup last year when it was only listed status. It's now Group 3. And I guess in the form of Military Academy, we're hoping he is the heir apparent.
Military Academy is trained in Newmarket by John and Thady Gosden. He is a horse who runs in the colours of Sheikh Issa and Sheikh Abdullah, a horse very close to their heart from a very good family that served them extremely well. And this is going to represent a really important race in its own right for them, Ali, but also perhaps a launch pad into the rest of the European season.
Well, he seems to be the type of horse that could be a bit like Isle of Jura and progress through to some really big races next season. I mean, he's already won 3 of his 5 starts. But it's important that he's here because he's owned in partnership by His Highness Sheikh Issa and also His Highness Sheikh Abdullah, who is the King's brother, but bred Camelot and has got very familiar colours, the blue, the light blue and the dark blue. He had a winner at the Breeders' Cup as well. He's a huge supporter of racing globally. He has a lot of local breds here. He doesn't have many imported horses come over here. So the fact that they bought a Military Academy over to run in this big race is important, just in as we talked about, the breeder and the owner, the status.
But this is no victory lap for him. It's not a cakewalk. For all that the European books have the horse extremely short, he's got genuine horses to beat, one of whom, King of Conquest, doesn't really know how to run a bad race, Nick. What is in his favour tonight?
In his favour is his consistency. He has got track form as well. He won a Turf Series race a couple of years ago. He finished 4th in this last year, and I don't think he was perfectly at his best. So he's got the 2nd and 3rd from that day to reverse form with. But he is in very, very good form. And to my mind, his 2,800 metre runs in Dubai suggest coming back in trip should be fine.
And as His Majesty progresses through the grandstand, we await the national anthem of the Kingdom of Bahrain.
كأس الملك إلى
the national anthem of the Kingdom of Bahrain to announce the arrival of His Majesty the King at His Majesty the King's Cup, the second day of this two-day festival for the first time. The culmination of the Bahrain Turf Series yesterday, and then the big race today, which is due off at 10:20. We have one race between now and then.
The fourth race on tonight's card is the King's Cup for the locally bred thoroughbreds. So let's have a look at the lineup then for this domestic grade 1. This is the His Majesty the King's Cup. Number 1, Epic and Stefan Lajage. Number 2, Living Art, Callum Shepherd. 3 is Midhal and Richard Mullen. 4 is Mudalal and Neil Callan takes the ride. 5, Zafarani and Billy Lochnan. Number 6, California, Harry Davis. 7, El Vogue and Abdul Rahim Jassim. Number 8 is Yama Alamenti, partnered by Jorge Marciales. Number 9 is Memory Card, Tom Marquand. 10 is The Minder, Alejandro Brun. 11, Mediterranean Moon, Lee Newman. And 12, Jerusalema, Ibrahim Nada. Quality lineup for the locally bred thoroughbreds here, this domestic grade 1. It is the His Majesty the King's Cup.
So this, the King's Cup edition for local thoroughbreds, and we start off with number 1, Epic, Nick.
We do indeed. Won this very race in 2023. Since then, though, the form might have tailed off a little bit, finished 5th in the 2024 running of this particular race. Last time wasn't much more positive either, but has won this before.
Next horse we can look at is horse 4, Mudalal. Neil Callan was brilliant here yesterday in the Turf Series, muscling his way to victory for Marco Botti. Rides this horse in the same silks, but for trainer Fauzi Nas.
He was absolutely different class yesterday. Mudalal's won a load of races. I think 8 in the career, most recently in December. Has got form to reverse with California, but Mudalal certainly knows how to win.
10 is next. This is the Minder. Looks really well by a stallion who had a winner here last night. Call to mind. Alan Smith had several, and he's the trainer.
Did indeed. The Minder won first up this season, and first up for the career as well back in November, and has since finished 4th in the Bahrain Derby. Early days still for the attractive The Minder.
One of the fillies in the race here, there's 2 of them. This is Jerusalema, daughter of Highland Reel, running in the silks of Goman that we saw so impressive in the Methaq Mile half an hour ago.
Yeah, feel a little bit sorry for anyone else in those silks because the headline actor's probably been and gone. Jerusalema, she is improving. She's by Highland Reel. She won the Bahrain Oaks 2 starts ago, 3 wins in her career. And her Bahrain Oaks form took a good old boost when the filly she beat into second, Silk Road, won yesterday.
This is Zafarani for Billy Lochnan and Osma Hashim, Al Mohammadi Racing representative.
Coming into this off the back of a win, that was a lower grades race, but won well from being well positioned at the top of the home straight. Showed a real killer kick to win.
Here it is California. Fauzi Nas bred this horse and trains him. Harry Davis has been booked for the ride. I'd say this is one almost certainly for the shortlist, Nick.
Absolutely. It's impossible to frame this race without coming to California somewhere in your calculations. On the up, 2 wins, 2 seconds in the last 4 runs. Won the Hamad bin Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup last time. A key form race, beating the likes of Living Art and Mudalau. They've got a reverse form.
His stable companion and owner mate we will see in a few moments, but this is number 7, El Vogue.
Interesting. Won the first 2 and then wasn't beaten too far by the relentless filly Galatia in the Crown Prince's Cup last time. Way too early to dismiss.
Number 8 is Lama Alamente, another one for Alan Smith in the Victoria Silks, a winner last time out. Jorge Marciales takes the ride.
Broke the duck, as you said last time. Comfortable winner that day over 2,000 metres. This requires that little bit more, but there are 1 or 2 here, or 3 or 4 I should say, who are still very early doors in their career and might be entitled to find more.
Looking now at number 9, Memory Card, another one from the Alan Smith stable. Tom Markwood has been booked for this.
Yeah, interesting runner. One of the last time out winners in the piece. It's a very good race, this, and there are a number of these that come into this off very good runs. This was a winner, bolted up over the distance, won by a wide margin. That was against significantly lower rated horses, but has propelled Memory Card into this piece.
So you've seen 10 of the 12 strong field ahead of His Majesty the King's Cup for local bred horses. It's a domestic Grade 1 prize fund of $55,000. So a very big day for locally bred horses. Darren, who do you like?
Well, Nick, I'm going to go with last year's winner. That is Living Art. Living Art, who's looking for that first win this season, but I think just trained for this day. Living Art, back over the 2,400 metres. That will suit. So I'm going to go for number 2, Living Art, to beat number 4, Mudalal. The consistent Mudalal's got some smart place form in the book. And maybe the filly, Jerusalema, to follow them home, could step up, winner of the Oaks. That's 2, 4 and 12.
Well, mob-handed in this race, unsurprisingly, trainer Fauzi Nas. You've got 4 runners, including the last 2 winners of this King's Cup in Living Art and Epic. Starting with those 2, how are they? I want to call them old boys, but they're not. 7 and 8, and they've served you well.
I think calling them old boys is the right thing. They're definitely getting on with age, but we're still hopeful. Obviously, the local breds last a lot, because they have very low mileage on them. But maybe the younger horses might be well off today.
You've got a couple of younger ones in it as well. You've got Muddalal, who's a 6-year-old. Neil Callan rides that one. He's not the easiest to ride, Muddalal.
Muddalal is a grinder. He's a little terrier, just like Neil Callan is. So hopefully he always puts in a good race.
They suit each other. And California, though, is certainly worth a mention. Harry Davis takes the ride on him, the 4-year-old, who's been in fantastic form of late.
Absolutely. California might be our best choice tonight. But you never know with the horses, obviously. But Sheikh Khalid bin Ali's horses are Midhal and El Vogue are good horses. They were going to be tough to beat.
And put this race into a little bit of context, because our international viewers will have seen you having runners all over the world. And obviously we are focusing a lot on the Group 3 King's Cup for imported horses. But in terms of prestige and history, how important is this one for the local breds?
Well, it's His Majesty's the King's Cup, so obviously it's the most prestigious race in Bahrain. So it'll be an honor to win it again.
It certainly would. Well done. Good luck in this race then, looking for his 3rd win on the trot. Trainer Fawzi Naskilat. Fawzi.
Thank you very much.
Runners filing onto the track ahead of race 4. We're past post time now for His Majesty the King's Cup for local breds. We didn't show you last year's winner, Living Art, who was Darren Owen's selection here. Reminder that Darren went 2 over 4 and 12. Here is Living Art. Callum Shepherd just got his work cut out getting this horse to post.
Does look that way, doesn't it? Finished 2nd in 2022 as well, so it's got loads of history with this particular race, but Living Art looking a little bit quirky there. He's got that form to reverse with Mudalau and chiefly California from when they met back on the 21st of February. 6.5 lengths with California. I don't think he'll be doing that.
And he's not the only one with his hands full. Tom Marquand also on memory card. Tom's already given one rather reluctant hero a brilliant ride today. And he'll need all his guile on this one as well, by the looks of things.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be exerting all his energy before Military Academy in, well, not too long, half an hour or so's time. The race that follows on from this, the Group 3 King's Cup. But before then, the locally bred horses go out, and memory card's one of the last time out winners in the piece. A doubtless player, but hopefully isn't proving too reluctant before the start. I'm a big California fan in this. I think he's the solid up-and-comer in the race, brings into this very solid form, good form, and form which, in truth, a fair few of these need to reverse, and that, for me, puts California on top.
So you're going 6?
I'm going to go 6 to beat 2 Living Art, although I'm a little bit reluctant after what I saw just there, and Mudalau for the excellent Neil Callan. So Fawzi Nas, 1, 2, 3.
And I am going for Midhal, number 3, over California and El Vogue. So 3, 6, 7 for me. What about Ali, I wonder?
Yeah, I'm with you, Nick. I'm going Midhal as well for Richard Mullen and Abdullah Kuwaiti over Mediterranean Moon, the mare, who's been very consistent, over California. So 3, 11 and 6 for me. But as the horses then head down to the start for this King's Cup, it is time for crowd cam. So our cameraman is going to choose someone in the crowd, and if you give us a good smile and a bit of a wave, then you'll be getting a cash prize. And we've got 5 cash prizes to give away. So make sure you keep your eyes open and look at the big screen and see if it's your face on the screen, and then give us a wave. Give us a wave and a smile. Well done. You're going to be winners of 50 BD. There's another one then. Give us a wave and a smile. The ladies in the grandstand, they can see themselves on the big screen. Give us a wave. Give us a smile. That's our 2nd winner of Crowd Cam. That's it. Take a quick selfie. Take a picture. Right, who's our cameraman going to find now? He's going to be heading out in towards the turf village. Who's the next winner of Crowd Cam? Turnarounds. There we are. Give us a wave. Give us a smile. 50 BD heading your way. And one more winner then. Who is it? There we are, sir. Right, give us a wave, guys. Give us a smile. There we go. Cash prize heading your way. That is Crowd Cam.
Ah, yes, there's a game show in Ali Vance yet.
How do we follow that?
By getting these horses into the stalls as quickly as possible.
This is...
She'll get a wave by the end of the night, and maybe a smile as well.
A few people are earning a few dinar out of this anyway.
Okay, here we go then. It's race 4, His Majesty the King's Cup for local breds. Just a reminder of the selections here. Ali's gone 3-11-6, Darren 2-4-12, Nick 6-2-4, and I've gone 3-6-7. And the loading process has begun for the local bred edition of His Majesty the King's Cup here at the Bahrain Turf Club. Let's join our big race caller, Darren Owen.
So the horses are now moving into position, so they have this run of, well, just less than 200 metres probably to that first bend. They start in front of the stands for this domestic Grade 1, His Majesty the King's Cup for the locally bred thoroughbreds. And the last one going in. All in. And they're off. Racing over 2,400 metres, and who's going to split the line? It is the Minder who's between horses with Mediterranean Moon racing keenly, and right there is California with Jerusalema caught to the wide outside, followed by Mudalal the Grey between runners. El Vogue dark blue jacket tries to settle up along the inner, roughly in mid-division Zafarani as they negotiate the first turn. They go on down the side of the course, looking towards the back end of the field. One of the back markers is currently Living Art, and also towards the back is Memory Card. The one who's making the running is California, and on the wide outside, taking that wide course, is the Minder. So it is California, the Minder is on the outer. The leaders are being chased by Mediterranean Moon, and then Mudalal followed by Jerusalema and El Vogue. They're going into the turn. Further back to Midhal, dark blue jacket, white cap, who's right around the field. Then Yamalamenti followed by Epic with Memory Card and Living Art, comparing notes for last place as the leaders now enter the back straight. So it is the Minder in front, the Minder who's taken that wide course down the side. The Minder, the pace now has slackened. The Minder's lead is about 2 lengths, being followed by California in second, with Mediterranean Moon sitting on the inside of Mudalal. Jerusalema is next, chased by El Vogue and Zafarani, and Midhal is to the wide outside. Yama Alamenti, blue sleeves of Epic behind horses. Memory Card is currently second last, and Living Art is the back marker. It is the Minder who takes them along towards the end of the back, about 1,000 to go. Leads by around about 2 lengths still to California. Another couple of lengths to the mare Mediterranean Moon holding third. Mudalal the Grey in fourth place, followed by Jerusalema. El Vogue is next, chased by Zafarani. Midhal out wide, followed by Epic going the short. They're heading straight.
Everything's gone, can't hear you guys.
Moon just in behind the leaders then, and driven along to get on terms is Mudalal. Jerusalema is in the clear with work to do is Midhal, heading down towards the final 400, and down the outside Mediterranean Moon throws down a big challenge to California. It is California, Mediterranean Moon. El Vogue is best of the rest. They're being chased home then by Mudalal. On the near side Mediterranean Moon, the rallying California, and between runners is El Vogue. California's determined. El Vogue's getting a split between horses. Oh, great finish! El Vogue may have snatched it. El Vogue, California, Mediterranean Moon, and they're close for the places, and they're clear of Midhal. So El Vogue has come there between runners to take the spoils to win this domestic Grade 1, His Majesty the King's Cup over the 2,400. California certainly wasn't for lying down in the hands of Harry Davis. El Vogue between California and Mediterranean Moon has snatched the top prize in the dying strides. We pick them up now with 100 metres left to go. Mediterranean Moon and California, they were battling for top honours from about the 200 metre marker. But look at El Vogue splitting them, and El Vogue gets there. Perfect timing. El Vogue the winner. Photo for second place. Big prize here for El Vogue.
What a race for His Majesty the King's Cup for local breds. It is El Vogue that has won. It's that man, Rahim Jassim, again, from stall 1 as split horses to beat into second place. A terrific run from California. Mediterranean Moon, one of the 2 females in the race, has finished third. Far side California, sheepskin noseband. Nearest to you, Mediterranean Moon, the chestnut, bisecting horses under a dynamic Rahim Jassim, is El Vogue. right on the line, got the better of a three-way thriller.
Yeah, drink it all in. What a race this was. What a finish. A very, very much unexposed horse who's thread the eye of the needle to go through. California wanted it, Mediterranean Moon as well. But El Vogue, who'd only had a couple of starts prior to this, won 2 of the 3, is now 3 from 4, is on the up, and will have learned a bit as well. That was a thriller as a warm-up act to our big contest that little bit later on.
Well, we aim to entertain, and I hope His Majesty and their Highnesses were entertained by that, because they've set the bar high. Take the head on. You just see the course charted by the winner. Had to switch off the rail, ground-saving trip all the way round, thin white blaze on the face, and then tipped out into the 3-path and split horses. It was a smart bit of thinking, quick thinking from Raheem Jassim.
Yeah, and has reversed the form with Mediterranean Moon on that running behind Galatia when last seen. I don't think the horse over on the far side left, as we see it, California, has lost an awful lot, barring the race, of course, considering the excellent run of form which has continued. It's got quite a formful look to this, I can believe it, and El Vogue is very much on the up. We had quite an extraordinary thing on the first bend when the Minder decided he was headed for another part of the Gulf.
Big day for El Vogue, big day for Raheem Jassim. Abdullah Kuwaiti, the trainer, and in the colours of His Highness Sheikh Isa bin Khalid bin Ali Al Khalifa, Ali Vance is alongside the winner.
And it's a first King's Cup win for Raheem. Congratulations. This one means an awful lot to you.
Oh, it means the world. It really means a lot. Been waiting for this race, a lot of pressure, but thankfully we got the job done.
He was fantastic today. How confident were you heading into the race?
I was very confident. That's why I chose him over the other one. I knew he was special since the first day I got to him. I told for the owner, and for only his 4th run in his career, he's a very impressive horse. I think he has a bright future ahead of him.
Because when you got the gaps, he really then he put the accelerator on and
yes,
and took you there.
I was just a bit concerned. I was waiting for that gap to open, and once it opened, I knew he has a big heart. He picked it up, and we won it, thankfully.
Well, congratulations then, an important win for you. Well done, winning the local King's Cup then. Abdul Raheem Jassim on board El Vogue.
Yeah, a horse who finished a rather luckless 5th behind Galatia in a domestic Group 1 last time. Prior to that, had beaten California. The margin was nowhere near as decisive today, but if he'd had the split a little earlier and managed to get a clean seam up the rail, it probably would have been a lot more clear-cut.
Yeah, he's very much a horse that is on the up based on this, and considering the way that he, as you say, has had to go and win this race, I think you can mark up the winner still. I think the 2nd and the 3rd in their own way have run, again, consistent, good races to provide some real context to this. Mediterranean Moon seldom runs a bad race. California, another cracker, but I'll let the crowd tell you the story as to how popular this is.
Abdallah.
The result of the 4th race, the domestic Grade 1. This is His Majesty the King's Cup. First, number 7, El Vogue. Second was number 11, Mediterranean Moon. Third was number 6, California. 4th, number 3, Midhal. And 5th, number 4, Mudalal. The distance is half a length and a nose, half a length and a nose. The official time of the winning horse, 2 minutes 37. That's 37.41. 2 minutes 37.41.
Well, let's have a word with our winning owner then, His Highness Sheikh Khaled. Congratulations. You've won the imported races, you were telling me, the King's Cup, but this is your first local one.
Yes, thank you very much. It means a lot, and it's our second time to win the race. So it took hard work, but finally we got there.
Why does this race mean so much to owners and trainers based here?
Well, it carries the name of His Highness, His Majesty King Hamad, so it means a lot to everyone in Bahrain. And it's not easy to win it.
What was it like for you watching it?
Well, it was thrilling, to be honest, and I had a word with Fawzi Nas. In the end, there was like an incident, but finally we got there. So the race was between us anyway, so yeah.
And a word on the winning jockey. He certainly found his route through a very canny ride.
Well, Rahim deserves all the best, to be honest, and he's a very good jockey that needs support from everyone, just like the local jockeys in Bahrain. We have great riders, and I wish them all the best.
And an exciting horse for the future. He's just a 4-year-old.
Yeah, we took our time with him. We didn't run him as a 3-year-old, but it's good to see the results pay off now.
Congratulations. Enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And the result is now official. They have weighed in, confirming that number 7, El Vogue, is the winner. Second, number 11, Mediterranean Moon. Third, number 6, California. Fourth, number 3, Midhal. And fifth was number 4, Mudalal. Half a length and a nose the margins. 2 minutes 37.41. The winner's time, 2 minutes 37.41. El Vogue, the winner. Now on to our feature race. So for the first time in this race's history, it is an internationally recognised group race. It's a Group 3 race, and for the first time in the race's history, it's run under lights. It is the His Majesty the King's Cup, sponsored by Bapco Energies. Number 1 is Cracks King. Cracks King is partnered by Lee Newman. Number 2, Intricacy for Harry Davis. 3, course winner, King of Conquest, Richard Mullen. 4 is Panning for Gold, Andrew Breslin. 5, Phantom Flight, winner of the Crown Prince's Cup, partnered by Callum Shepherd. 6, Rayanpour and Horace Marcialis. 7 is Sovereign Spirit, Thomas Lukasek. Number 8, former winner of the race, Zagato, won the race in 2022, Neil Callan. Number 9, the hot favourite internationally, it is Military Academy and Tom Marquand. 10 is Vestigia, and Feos Martin Borja takes the ride. Stellar field for the His Majesty the King's Cup, sponsored by Bapco Energies, a Group 3 race.
To our feature race, to a race that has been part of the Bahrain season since 1982. His Majesty the King's Cup, sponsored by Bapco Energies. Number 1 here, Cracks King, gelding by Frankel out of Calixa for Alan Smith and Lee Newman. Nick Leifer.
Yes, indeed. He's having a very good first season out here. He's always been a horse of note. He cost a lot of money in both of his transfer fees, but he is really thriving. Good winner here from Panning for Gold back on the 31st of January.
Running in the silks of Al Adiyat Racing. This is number 4 for Al Mohammedia Racing. Panning for Gold. Fauzi Nas and Andrew Breslin gets the inside gate.
Ran third in this very race last year. Now, while there have been good runs this term, I would argue maybe not quite in the same place as when a really good bronze medal 12 months ago.
Here is Vestigia, called by Footsteps in the Sand. Local horse for Jabba Ramadan. Shouldn't quite be good enough here. No, colours we saw in the winners' enclosure yesterday at the fixture. 4th to Zagato last time. It's only the first season out here since coming from Ireland, but wouldn't look Connection's first string. 8 is Zagato, who is from a beautiful family and an extremely reliable performer. 7 years old now. Place claims.
Yeah, won what was this race before it had that group status 3 years ago. He's been an absolute pro round here and burst back into the winner's enclosure last time from Phantom Flight. Even at the age of 7, he's still running well.
And Neil Callan takes the ride for Fauzi Nas. Neil will believe that he has a chance. He always does.
Did indeed. He won actually on this very horse 3 years ago. Zagato, who was in the peak of his powers at that stage. But he's going to really have to raise his game to beat the foreign raiders.
Another Al Adiyat runner is Rayanpour, gelding by Kate Cross from an old Aga Khan family. Alan Smith trains. He's still holding his form remarkably well, even at his advanced age.
Yeah, a race that Alan Smith would love to win, of course, here. Rayanpour, the elder statesman of the party, did win earlier this season, but down the field in this last year and in the previous edition of the race as well. Maybe place money at the most.
Number 7 is next, Sovereign Spirit, who gives a very good idea as to the strength of form because he runs consistently well at a high level.
Well, he was chief supporting act last year to Isle of Jura when second. The accent of stamina can certainly help him. He did finish a good second in this last year, and I wouldn't have thought Connections were totally disheartened with that run in a good race at Saudi last time.
He is a regular in all the best races in Bahrain, including in the International Trophy, and he gets this distance absolutely fine. That is Sovereign Spirit. 2 handlers today for Jabba Ramadan and Alafu Racing. Thomas Lukacek taking the ride.
He's quite full of himself. He's ready to go. We've had one horse turn around from Saudi and win already tonight.
The bell's gone for His Majesty the King's Cup. Off time is 10:20.
Well, let's have a word with the defending champion then, George Scott. You won it 12 months ago with Isle of Jura. How is Phantom Flight? How's he been since his last run in his Highness Sheikh Nasser's race?
Yeah, Ali, he's been training good. I mean, obviously the extra furlong is a little bit of an unknown quantity for him, but he's been training really nicely. And, you know, it's a strong race tonight. Great international support for the race, as it should be. And the Gosdens come with a strong-looking colt.
Tactics will be a little bit different this evening?
Yeah, we'll drop him in today. You know, he was too far forward the last day just due to the draw and circumstances. We'll drop him in and let him find a rhythm, and hopefully he'll finish a bit stronger than he did the other day.
Good luck.
Thanks, Ali.
Best of luck to George Scott, who won the race last year, of course, with Isle of Jura. Phantom Flight has been such a good horse for the stable. A really good acquisition from the James Horton yard, has moved his form to another level. It's just a question today of whether a mile and a half, 2,400 metres, 12 furlongs, is going to stretch him or not.
It is a big question, ability less so. He's, as you say, representing last year's winning team, started the new life in Bahrain extremely well. It was almost like, are you Isle of Jura in disguise? I don't think he's quite as good. Crown Prince's Cup winner a couple of starts ago. That form with Zagato needs to be reversed. Another couple of 100 metres is a question for him. I'm personally going to just avoid him for the context of this race. If it was 2,000 metres, absolutely fine.
Callum Shepherd, who built up such a good partnership with last year's winner. This is last year's winning team. Shepherd and Scott, can they do it again? What do you think the instructions will be? Wait and wait?
It'll have to be, because he's that kind of horse as well, at his best in Europe over 2,000 metres, and he has been here. He's got a bit of a killer turn of foot. If he can travel deep on into the race, who knows? One or two of these stay that little bit further, but they haven't got the speed of this one.
In terms of ability, in terms of ratings, this is the horse that Military Academy has to beat. But does he have the same potential?
Do you see him as the biggest threat to Military Academy?
Well, I think, you know, on ability, yes.
There are other threats, though.
Not
least from the Godolphin camp. King of Conquest, here he is. He's back for another crack at this. He ran fourth in this behind Isle of Jura, but he is a previous Turf Series winner. The track, absolutely no problem. And he is largely, whether it's in Europe or in another part of the Middle East in Dubai, he's pretty consistent.
King of Conquest, Richie Mullen for Charlie Appleby. Very reliable horse. Super consistent, but again, not open to quite as much progression.
No, he might lack that little X factor that some of these have got, but in the 2,800 metre series of races at Meydan, he's been running pretty well, second on each and every start in the three. Probably a good opportunity for him to win last time, but it didn't happen.
All right, Military Academy is the horse upon whom most eyes are feasted here, and there's his trainer, Thady Gosden, with Ali.
Thady, he's looking very chilled because we know his talent. He's won 3 of his 5 starts. But how's he handled the travel, being here, the buzz of the atmosphere?
Yeah, very well. I mean, of course, relative to the other horses in the field, he's quite inexperienced, and it's his first time coming abroad. But fortunately, he's got a great attitude. He doesn't worry about too much, and he's been a pleasure to deal with out here.
The doubters are saying that perhaps the ground won't suit him, but what do you say to that?
Yeah, possibly, but I think they could have done a better job with the track here. Had a water a bit earlier. There's a brilliant cover of grass. We're fortunate to have a bit of rain yesterday, so hopefully that won't provide any issues.
He's the hot favourite in the international market. Who do you fear, though?
Well, you know, it's the best renewal this race for sure. It's a deep field this year. We've also got King of Conquest come over from Dubai, Sovereign Spirit who ran in Saudi last time. You know, there's a lot of depth to the race, and it's competitive.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And the Gosdens have been trying to win one of the big races here in Bahrain for many years now. 4 times they've been second in the Bahrain International Trophy. It would mean everything to Thady Gosden in particular if he could deliver Military Academy a victory for Sheikh Issa and Sheikh Abdullah this evening.
Agony for lead artists, wasn't it, back in November when Spirit Dancer came and got him. But they'll be back in that race doubtless in November with another candidate. Meanwhile, the first group running of this particular race, and given connections, given the breeding of this horse, given the reputation of this horse, and how it's actually quite a long-range plan now, I imagine there's plenty riding on this now. He's a very talented horse who only made his debut back in August. It'll be fascinating to see what heights he can scale, starting with today.
Now, Callum Shepherd has taken Phantom Flight a little further than the other runners, has jogged him right round the far side of the track here, and he'll having to come back down toward the front of the stand.
Hood goes on as well with this horse. What do you reckon?
Well, the hood might help him just switch off.
That's everything they're doing right now, with the late coming into the parade ring, taking him down in an opposite direction before coming back. They know what they're doing. They've hatched this from some time out, I'm sure. The way to get Phantom Flight to the start, give him his best opportunity without blowing a lid early doors.
And then just relax, 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 and hope he has that little kick at the end of the race. And he probably want them not to go very quick either.
No, that's a fair comment.
If he can settle.
That is a fair
comment. He does have a
comment.
turn of foot, Phantom Flight. Where do you see the pace coming from here, Nick?
That's a question in itself. I wondered whether Crackskin could go forward. King of Conquest, given his predilection for running good races over further. He's quite a versatile horse. I know that they've made the running with him before. You've got the elder statesman, Ray and Poor, as well. There's one or two of these that could just go and make it. When it comes to Military Academy, we talked about this, and Thady Gosden was talking to Ali, the grounds. Are you on the slightly pessimistic side, given that this will be a quicker surface, or not?
Not on pedigree, I wouldn't be. Fastnet Rock out of a Galileo mare. I don't think it's the same cross, of course, as officially one of the world's best horses, Via Sistina.
Yes,
bred
absolutely.
on the same cross. We always thought she needed soft ground. She went down to Australia and produced that devastating performance in the Cox Plate and showed all sorts of speed. I don't think it's an issue. We have had a bit of rain in the area. As Thady Gosden said, he's walked the track. He walked the track at Salisbury when the horse won and beat a good horse of Rafe Beckett's that day. He thinks the ground was comparable on that occasion. So I'm not so worried about that.
And he was beaten by a proper horse in Britain last time, 113 rated Royal Champion, who was race fit as well from having had a good run in late 24, early 25, the sort of Christmas period. So it wasn't a fitness element with Royal Champion. Got first run, a really hard horse to go and pass. So I'm sure that would have brought him forward fitness-wise.
All right, they are loading up now. Last year, it was Isle of Jura for victorious George Scott and Callum Shepherd. They are represented this time by Phantom Flight. Will he see out this mile and a half? 2 years ago, it was Passion and Glory for Godolphin, representing them this time. King of Conquest for Charlie Appleby and Richard Mullen. In 2022, it was Zagato. The old man is back at the age of 7. But could it be the young pretender to deliver Sheikh Issa and Sheikh Abdullah a victory in this race with Military Academy? Darren Owen is going to call them for the King's Cup.
So just a few more runners to load for this Group 3 race, the King's Cup, sponsored by Bapco Energies. So which one of these is going to follow in the hoof prints of Isle of Jura, who of course went on to win the Hardwick Stakes at Royal Ascot? Well, those colours were carried 12 months ago, the victorious colours by Callum Shepherd on Isle of Jura. He's aboard Phantom Flight. Phantom Flight is waiting to go in. And the last one, Phantom Flight, now steps forward for the King's Cup of 2025. Group 3 action, all in. They're off for the King's Cup. Phantom Flight, the last one away. Intricacy began well, as did Zagato. Sovereign Spirit shows up prominently to the outside. Panning for Gold is to the inner as they make the approach the first turn. King of Conquest is going forward. Cracks King is caught in no man's land around the first turn. So they form their early order. It's Sovereign Spirit, King of Conquest, Zagato, Cracks King, Intricacy, and then Panning for Gold, with Military Academy settling down in mid-division as they go on now down the side of the course. Vestigia is off the pace and has 2 behind. Phantom Flight is one of those, and the other one is Ray and Poor, and the pace looks pretty slack. And it is King of Conquest, a course winner, leads by about a length. Sovereign Spirit gets a position second place, followed by Cracks King, dark blue jacket to the outside. Intricacy in the yellow and black stripes is following, followed by Zagato to the wide outside. Panning for Gold, red cap to the inner, then Military Academy, followed by Vestigia. Phantom Flight second last, and Ray and Poor is the back marker. Heading now down the far side to the final 1400, and it's Richard Mullen dictating things aboard King of Conquest. Leads by about a length. In second place, Cracks King. Sovereign Spirit is still there to the inside. Zagato, former winner of the race, is just in behind the leaders, and the leading bunch then being followed to the inside by Panning for Gold and Intricacy. Military Academy is behind horses at the moment. Vestigia to the rail, Rain Paw and Phantom Flight at the last two, less than 1,200 to go, and Cracks King in the hands of Lee Newman now takes over from King of Conquest, and it has been a snail's pace heading towards the end of the back. It's Cracks King, King of Conquest, followed by Sovereign Spirit, 2 lengths away to Zagato, then Intricacy with Panning for Gold on the inside. Military Academy, Vestigia are next there, followed by Rain Paw and Phantom Flight. They're now inside the final 800, and it's Cracks King who will take this field in the King's Cup to the turn with a 2-length advantage. King of Conquest second, Sovereign Spirit back in third, then Zagato followed by Intricacy. Panning for Gold's up along the inside, and now Tom Marquand's pushing away aboard Military Academy to try and get competitive. They're down the straight, 500 to go, and it is Cracks King being followed by Sovereign Spirit. Zagato, King of Conquest tries to rally, then Intricacy. Military Academy has not picked up thus far, heading down towards the final 300, and Sovereign Spirit is the one who's kicked for home. Sovereign Spirit from the former winner of the race, Zagato. Zagato's got about 2.5 lengths to find on Sovereign Spirit. It's Sovereign Spirit from Zagato. It's the locals dominating the King's Cup. Sovereign Spirit all out. Sovereign Spirit the winner. Zagato second, several lengths to King of Conquest third, then Phantom Flight, Intricacy and Cracks King across the line, and they're in front of Military Academy. Sovereign Spirit has won it. Sovereign Spirit has taken the 2025 King's Cup, and it was the locals who dominated the finish. Alafu Racing from Al Mohammedia Racing, Jabba Ramadan from Fauzi Nas, and Thomas Lukashek aboard Sovereign Spirit here, seeing out this in a determined style. Zagato, the old boy, look at him running on, gets within about a neck of Sovereign Spirit. Sovereign Spirit number 7 the winner, 8 Zagato second, 3 King of Conquest third.
A race for the old timers, the horses that have been here, seen it, done it, and they've come here and done it again. Sovereign Spirit, last year's runner-up, beats the winner of 3 years ago, Zagato. Between them, 12 years old, 5-year-old beats the 7-year-old in a race run at a stop-start pace. Military Academy couldn't unwind from an unpromising position, having been keen early. And too far back, Phantom Flight, who probably didn't stay anyway, but up front, Sovereign Spirit making the best of his way home under Thomas Lukasek, the second winner tonight to come out of the Saudi Cup meeting at Riyadh and really deliver his best on home soil. Sovereign Spirit, all hail a really tough racehorse. He is the King's Cup champion of 2025.
Yeah, Haugesard of Jura last year's second. Sovereign Spirit goes one better. Zagato, the winner in 2022. He's run an absolute stormer. King of Conquest, 4th last year, has finished 3rd on this occasion. But he, like so many others, it was handbrakes all over the place in the early stages. Nobody wanted to go on with things. Cracks King did, maybe under sufferance. King of Conquest taking a lead. And Nick, it was always going to be a complete burn-up at the top of the home straight. I fancied Phantom Flight would be able to come with a real killer kick. He, of course, has been twice in front of today's winner, Sovereign Spirit, earlier on this season, and he was just too far back. Military Academy, well, it wasn't today. Second run back off his gelding operation. Maybe the race is just not suited, and perhaps for a few of these there are going to be other days. But Sovereign Spirit, who's been a really reliable horse in these parts for some time, has won and had his biggest day in the sun.
So consistent, so tough, so reliable, well positioned in the race. Sovereign Spirit wins. Zagato finishing second, and they're a mile clear of the others. Ali Vance is alongside the winning rider.
Let's have a word with our winning rider then, Thomas Lukasek, King's Cup winner. That must be a nice one for the CB, nice sound to it.
Yeah, very nice, and I am very pleased the owner gave me a chance to ride his horse. He is a nice quality horse, and we have a good trip today, so our luck.
Zagato got relatively close in the end, but I'm sure you had plenty of confidence. He really lights up around here, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's hard to say like this, but last furlong I was feeling very confident. My horse kept going. I feel him still strong, and he has still a lot of ability to fight with the other horse if he can.
Well, congratulations then. A nice one for the CV then. Well done to our winning jockey, Thomas Lukasek, on board Sovereign Spirit.
So Sovereign Spirit, the 5-year-old, has beaten the 7-year-old Zagato. So the numbers: first, number 7, Sovereign Spirit; second, number 8, Zagato; third, number 3, King of Conquest; and fourth was number 5, Phantom Flight. As we watch Sovereign Spirit returning here, Thomas Lukasek, the winning jockey, Jabba Ramadan, the trainer, Alafu Racing, the owners. This is a horse who made that visit to Riyadh. Sovereign Spirit coming back then, the winner, the hero of the 2025 Bapco Energies sponsored King's Cup. Number 7, Sovereign Spirit, the 5-year-old, and it was a domination by the locals, with Sovereign Spirit beating the former winner of the race, Zagato, who has run his heart out. What was visually, I would say, a race run at a real sedate pace. Welcome back the winner, Sovereign Spirit, as we rejoin the Tunics.
Darren, thank you very much. Sovereign Spirit for Jabba Ramadan, who's got his horses in terrific form. Big winner yesterday, big winner today. Thomas Lukasek has steered this horse to victory. A super reliable customer, and in a race that was tempo dictated. He had him in the right place the entire race. What a wonderful race Zagato has run in second place, the winner 3 years ago. Disappointments there were, yes. But before the eyes of His Majesty the King, for the King's Cup 2025, entirely fitting, we should have a sovereign performance.
What a special performance that was. Sovereign Spirit for Alafu Racing, for Jabba Ramadan, and Thomas Lukasek, the winning jockey. Sovereign Spirit, silver medal last year, it's gold this year. And rightly taking all the adulation after success in the newly appointed Group 3 His Majesty the King's Cup. It was a race where they totally crawled in the early stages. And by the time we pick up this replay off the fabulous drone angle, they were sprinting for home. Track position was key, racing position was key, and Sovereign Spirit got that first run on the old boy Zagato, who closed and closed. You can see it there, but there, bang, was where the post came in time for Sovereign Spirit, who got there from Zagato, who was bidding to win this race some 3 years after success in its previous incarnation. It was Godolphin in bronze medal position with King of Conquest, but the vanquished included Military Academy, the young horse from Jonathan Thady Gosden, and indeed Phantom Flight, who on a couple of occasions had beaten Sovereign Spirit this year, but that form on the biggest day of the lot has been reversed. And the winner led away, adorning that King's Cup branding and the sheep. Well done indeed to Jabba Ramadan, who's had success in the Turf Series races, had success here last night, but this one will matter that bit more. Tasted silver last time, it's gold this time. And 2 weeks after a cracking run in Saudi, he's still fresh and full of himself, kicking out as well. Sovereign Spirit has won the King's Cup.
Your Majesty, Your Highnesses, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now to the trophy presentation for His Majesty the King's Cup here at the Bahrain Turf Club 2025. A thrilling race for the Group 3 His Majesty the King's Cup, sponsored by Bapco Energies. We've just seen Sovereign Spirit return from his excellent performance in Saudi Arabia to win this international Group 3 race. And I would now like to ask His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, the King of the Kingdom of Bahrain, to present the trophy to the winning owners, Al Afu Racing. And to the trainer, Jabba Ramadan, and to the winning rider, Thomas Lukasek. Congratulations, gentlemen. What a performance from Sovereign Spirit. And many congratulations to the connections of the runner-up, Zagato. Now we move on to the trophy presentation for race 4, His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa Cup. Another fine and rather magnificent piece of silverware to be presented.
عطني الجو هيد ها الحين You realize Ibrahim's got the LD back on. خلاص اوكي if he leads goes with that. خلاص خليه يمشي جوابر يلا اوكي yes.
So now His Majesty the King's Cup for local bred horses was won by El Vogue, and picking up the trophy, His Highness Sheikh Isa bin Khalid bin Al Khalifa. El Vogue, the winner. Sheikh Khalid bin Ali picking up the trophy on behalf of the owner. Trainer Abdullah Kuwaiti and jockey Rahim Jassim. A fine ride aboard El Vogue. A very special moment for the local thoroughbreds here. His Majesty the King's Cup Festival supporting the breeding of thoroughbreds in the Kingdom of Bahrain, as well as the horses coming here from Europe and further afield. And now time to present the trophy for the Methaq Mile. This was a marquee performance from a horse who's lit up the season in Bahrain. There is no doubt that he is the champion miler in the kingdom, and he was a wonderful third in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia last time. Goman is the winning horse, and here to pick up the trophy, Khalid Abdul Rahim, the father of the winning owner, Mohammed Khalid Abdul Rahim. Rahim Nader, the winning rider for Haida Ibrahim. Tremendous performance from the son of Dark Angel. And Your Majesty, we know how important horses are to this kingdom, not just the thoroughbreds we celebrated tonight from further afield, nor the local thoroughbreds, but also the origin of the modern thoroughbred, the purebred Arabian. And we celebrated the purebred Arabian in our first race today, His Majesty the King's Cup. Tuwaisan was the winner, Tuwaisan 1844. And Yusuf Abanian is going to pick up the trophy. It was another victory for Brahim Nader. What a wonderful night for the winning rider, one that he will never forget.
يلا مالك.
So that completes the trophy presentation for His Majesty the King's Cup 2025. A truly memorable evening of sport and a sovereign performance from sovereign spirits. Your Majesty, thank you.
Thank you so much.
And there we are, a special ceremony befitting a race of this stature, which is getting bigger and better all the time. This time, for the first time, run under the lights here, under the grandstands. And it is the Group 3 His Majesty the King's Cup, sponsored by Bapco Energies and won by Sovereign Spirit, whose heroics have seen him take the top prize as the close season here at the Bahrain Turf Club. What a good performance that was. Jabba Ramadan, the winning trainer at Alafu Racing, the winning owners, and rightly, along with jockey Thomas Lukasek, receiving top prize for the King's Cup.
Well, let's continue to get some reaction then to the big race. Winning trainer Jabba Ramadan, congratulations. What a horse he has been this season. He's been so good here. He was great in Riyadh. He ran a good race in a very competitive event. But this evening, he was outstanding, wasn't he?
Yeah, I'm actually been waiting for 20 years, past 20 years for the King's Cup. It wasn't easy, really. But this year, especially, Highness is here. So we're glad to have a winner, a special date like this today. It was really, it's Group 3 horses, it's very quality horses in it. I have to respect all the trainers and the jockeys and the horses. It was great for us to have such a big horse like this and to have a good owner to support you and to tell you, okay, go ahead, whatever, any horses you want, so you can have them. And we did it. I appreciate it absolutely. Al Afu Racing, the Ibrahim Afu, he's been great, and the owner like this. I'm very happy for him to have such a big day like this.
Because how much of the year revolves around this particular race? Given, I see you at Tattersalls sourcing horses, trying to find these good imported horses to run in these top events.
Well, especially in the King's Cup, you need quality of horses to find them out of 1,700 horses on the sale and the horse in training. You don't know what you're buying until they're going to come here, or they're going to like the ground, or it's many reasons, many issues you're going to get. But we've been lucky with this horse, really. And I'm very happy for the owner and the team. I appreciate it.
He certainly loves it here. Will this be his final race of the season, or have you got some more plans for him?
Well, today is final, I think. But if anything else is going to come, I'm ready for it.
And what are you thinking about?
Well, Shima Classic, why not?
There we go. We could have 2 winners from this evening heading to Dubai. Look, congratulations, Jabba. I can see just how much this win means to you. Sovereign Spirit, he's been a star this season. He's lit up around this race course, and he was outstanding this evening.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
The official result of the feature race tonight then, His Majesty the King's Cup, sponsored by Bapco Energies. First was number 7, Sovereign Spirit. Second, number 8, Zagato. Third, number 3, King of Conquest. Fourth, number 5, Phantom Flight. And in fact, it's a dead heat for 5th place. A dead heat for 5th place between number 1, Cracks King, and number 2, Intricacy. The distances, half a length and 3 3/4 lengths. That's half a length and 3 3/4 lengths. And the official time of the winning horse, 2 minutes 37. That's 37.71. 2 minutes 37.71. So that time was way outside the course record. Let's now move on to race number 6. This is over 1,000 metres at domestic grade 1 for the imported sprinters. The Chairman's Cup by Binar. Number 1 is Avago Joe and Ibrahim Nada. 2, Desert Cop, Callum Shepherd. 3, Diverst, Neil Callan. 4, Edward Cornelius, Billy Lochnan. 5, Get It, Lee Newman. Scratch number 6, Laba Laba, that's a non-runner. 7, yesterday's winner, Nationwide, Stefan Lajaj. 8, last year's winner, Redemption Time, Tom Marquand. 9, Swift Asset, and Abdul Rahim Jassim. Note number 10, Rosa Mystica, is a non-runner.
Well, this represents quite an interesting opportunity for a whole bunch of horses that ran less than 24 hours ago. This is the Chairman's Cup. Nationwide and Desert Cop, a renewing rivalry. This is fun, Nick. I'm following Bahrain racing. I only need to be here 2 days.
You do. The race cards, that hasn't taken into account. That's obviously been printed some time ago. Nationwide won yesterday. Desert Cop finished second yesterday. And actually Get It ran down the near side, and he ran a bit better than I thought he did, you know. He finished 6th, 4th of the group down the near side. It's not impossible to make a case for him.
Here is Avago Joe, though, who should take all the beating. What a night for Ibrahim Nada, looking for his 3rd victory.
Yeah, and this horse has been an absolute dominant force out here, winning 4 of the last 5, won that Turf Series Al Wasmiyah Cup last time out from Swift Asset, key form race. He's in ridiculously good form. He powers into his races, and he's so strong at the end of them. Avago Joe, surely the one to beat.
All right, so we're racing in this race today on the outer track over 1,000 metres, and of course it was 1,200 last night.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem to matter too much to him. He's generally a pretty versatile horse. And it is, as you say, for the horses that ran yesterday, that dropped down
surely it's going to give Desert Cop a chance of reversing the form with Nationwide, isn't it? He's got so much pace.
To reverse the form with him in isolation, yes. That was that 1,200 metre race. Finished 3rd there. Finished 2nd, I should say, and was 2nd to Roman Dragon over 1,000 metres the time before. Generally speaking, when he won at Newmarket at the Guineas meeting a year or so ago, he's more of a 1,200 metre horse, but I think he's got enough pace to figure.
All right, that's Desert Cop. Number 2, having his 2nd run in as many nights. Busy boy. George Baker being a great supporter of the racing here in Bahrain. This is number 5. His stable companion, Get It. Stewards Cup winner, Lee Newman taking the ride. Now again, he's very quick, and I think the drop to 1,000 is going to suit him.
Yes, he won that race through promotion over 1,000 metres here a couple of years ago. And as I said, he stuck about for 6th. I thought he was going to be completely swallowed up on that near side yesterday when we, certainly myself, misjudged which side you want to be, taking my eyes off what was going on near side. He stuck about. He finished 4th.
All right, 3 is Devast, Neil Callan.
He's been out of form this year, or he has been. Very capable on his day. He won a Turf Series race a couple of years ago, but needs to find that form again.
7 is last night's winner, Nationwide. He's got his work cut out to do it again, hasn't he?
2 poor runs this season, and then suddenly, far side rail, he springs back to life, and that's key. He loves being on the far side. He gets far side again.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is going to suit quite as well.
No.
8 is Redemption Time, Alan Smith, Tom Marquand.
He was, well, a winner of what was this race last year. Ran okay in a couple of Turf Series events as well. He's quite a solid horse.
9, it's Raheem Jassim again, and Jabbar Ramadan again. It's Swift Asset. I think this is the horse to beat.
Yeah, fair, and won the first race of the Sprint Turf Series back in December. Really good sprint campaigner.
All right, having another look at Nationwide.
Yeah, he won 24 hours ago. And clearly, bucking and kicking, he's back.
Not only have we seen him twice in a day, we've seen him twice in the paddock as well.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Can't get enough of him. Nationwide for Fauzi Nas and Stefan Lajaj. Let's get Ali's selections for this.
Really looking forward to seeing a head-to-head between Avenues Joe and Swift Asset. In my mind, the two best sprinters, two best locally trained sprinters, and it'll be a fascinating rivalry. I'm going to side with Swift Asset to give Jammer Ramadan another big win this evening. Abdurrahim Jassim rides Swift Asset, who ran well when we saw him in Doha. That didn't suit necessarily over the 6 furlongs around the bend. This is much more to his liking, but Avenues Joe is a very good opponent, and Ibrahim Nada takes the ride on him again, and he is brilliant over the 1,000 metres here. And Desert Cop, let's give him a hope for coming into the placings. Desert Cop, who finished second last time, last night, and second the time before to Roman Dragons. So I'm going at 9, 1 and 2. And it is time for Crowd Cam. And our next winner, sir, look at the big screen and give us a wave. 50 BD is heading your way. We've got 5 prizes to give out this evening. 5 prizes of 50 BD. So if you see your face on the big screen, give a wave, give a smile, and 50 BD will be heading your way. So who's the cameraman going to choose next? Who's it going to be? If you see the cameraman, give him a wave. There we go, sir, it's you. Give us a wave, give us a smile. So that's our second winner. Well done then, sir. 50 BD heading your way. And let's head out then into the crowd and find our next winner then. Who is it going to be? It's a busy evening. There you go, sir. It's going to be you. You're the winner. Give us a smile, give us a wave. 50 BD heading your way. And another one. Who's it going to be? If you see the cameraman, do give him a wave. There we go. Congratulations, guys. Give us a wave again. I think you won a bit of cash earlier. Well done. 2 winners there. 2 winners. Well done. Thanks very much for playing Crowd Cam. There we are. 2 more winners tonight as part of Crowd Cam. 50 BD heading your way if you can give us a wave and a smile.
Well, the producer will be counting on an Emmy Award for that.
We've had a couple of repeat winners already, haven't we? There's a lot of people here, but we seem to hone in on the same.
Well, the good news is that it's a whole lot of fun and there are prizes to be won.
50 dinar. It is worth winning, and in the case of one man, I think he won it twice. Nationwide could win twice in the space of 24 hours.
Just a reminder, Ali Vance, 9-1-2. I've gone 9-1-2, the same. What do you like, Nick?
I am not going in with you on the win selection. On top, I'm going to go 1, Avenues Joe to go and win this from 9, Swift Asset, and in third, Divast, number 3.
1-9-3 for Nick Lightfoot.
None of which ran yesterday, that's the key.
All right, let's have a look at Nationwide moving to post. He looks pretty chilled for a horse who ran yesterday.
Does indeed. Finished 4th in this race last year. 2 runs this term prior to yesterday were extremely quiet. They were nowhere near the level he'd showed prior, but as he said yesterday, over on that far side rail, he blasted home. Can he do it again? I doubt it.
Yeah, it will be tougher. You just didn't really know the extent to which he was favoured by potentially a golden rail, a tempo-dictated race where Desert Cop really blasted it open and he was the only one who really followed him. Desert Cop's following him down the post today. I think he'll reverse the form. I'd be pretty confident he'd reverse the form over 1,000.
That's fair. Desert Cop, who's got that good form tied in with Roman Dragon over the 1,000 metres, found only that horse who in the end won the Turf Series 2 good a couple of starts ago, and the pace that he showed over on that far side, if he replicates that, I can see him reversing the form. There's obviously got to be a question mark or two as to the quite how 100% or not the horses that ran yesterday were, but deemed fit and firing enough to be running, which is great.
I think the wind is going to help this horse as well. It's now blowing hard right up their tails, and surely that is going to be playing into Desert Cop's hands. We haven't seen number 4, Edward Cornelius. He's already down at the stalls. He's on the left there, the white with the red. The second silks of Al Muhammadiyah, Billy Lochnan riding.
He's having a very busy time, but at the moment it's not been particularly productive this season, at least. Edward Cornelius, who's long since had plenty of speed and enough talent, but it hasn't been shown too productively this season.
All right, they're the only 2 down at the stalls. They're being joined by 1 or 2 of the others. On the left there is Devast, I think. They're just being a little tricky.
Is that? Yeah. Just ever so slightly got the only idea of things. The drone's going to assist our viewing and our coverage of this. I do think that this revolves around Avago Joe, because I think he has just been a sprint sensation here this season. He doesn't have the perhaps the negative of being turned around very quickly. He's had a good break since last time, and that dispatching of Swift Asset by 3 lengths, I think that's just the best form coming into this. So I like the idea of you having a bold go at Swift Asset to reverse the form, but I'm going to stick with the one who won it last time, Avago Joe.
Okay. Behind the stalls now, there in shot is Redemption Time in the colours of Al Adiyat. Cheveley Park stud have already bred a winner tonight with Goman, of course.
Won this race last year, Redemption Time. And in recent times has got a little bit of form to turn around with Avago Joe from that run. I beg your pardon, with Desert Cop from that run last time out. So it was a pleasant surprise when looking through the entries and the race cards earlier, Nick, and last night when we were going through this, that the 3 horses in Desert Cop get it, and the winner Nationwide, who were declared for this, stand their ground, and here they are. It's that last chance saloon for them as well. And in the case of George Baker's 2 horses, both ran really well yesterday, and both with that form have got claims of potentially winning this.
Okay, shouldn't be too much longer now. We are 5 minutes past post time, but we've done well to catch up the time that we lost a little earlier in the day. This is the Chairman's Cup, sponsored by Binar. Track record here is 56.75, set by the rapid 4-wheel drive. I wouldn't be surprised if that was under threat. These are pretty good sprinters, and they got the wind right behind them.
And the ground would have been drying all the time, and as you said, this wind's actually quite a significant wind at the moment, and it can be against the runners, but on this occasion, it's going to be blowing them right up the straights.
So keep your eye on the time. The time we want to beat here is 56.751.
Avago Joe could do it. He's fast enough. He's looking for a hat-trick, beating Rebel at Dawn 2 starts ago, back on the 27th of December, and then Swift Asset last time out. So that is a massive form race going into this. And on top for me, there we go.
All right, it's 912 for me, 912 for Ali, 193 for Nick Lightfoot. Darren Owen, it's all yours.
Thanks, Nick. So, runners going into the stalls for this domestic Grade 1, the Chairman's Cup by Binar. I'm going to go 198 here. 1 Avago Joe to beat 9 Swift Asset, with last year's winner Redemption Time to finish in the bronze medal position. So, runners then moving up into the starting stalls, 1,000 metres, 5 furlongs. Nationwide went to post very nicely, very calmly. Get It was a little bit keen on the way down to the start. Devast was taken over to the far rail on the way to post in the hands of Neil Callum. So, some very fast horses in this field. Edward Cornelius has been down at the start for some time along with Get It. Goes forward. That's Edward Cornelius and Billy Lochnan. So Redemption Time has been fitted with the blindfold. Get It is still out of line for this Chairman's Cup by Binar over the 1,000 metres, race 6. Domestic Grade 1 race. That's Get It, the Stewards' Cup winner from last year. Get It's in. Now last year's winner, Redemption Time, to complete the lineup. And Redemption Time goes in. That's it, all in. They're off. 1,000 metres in front of them, and the speedy Desert Cop leads them out, being followed by Swift Asset. Near side is Get It. Leaders are being chased by Devast and Edward Cornelius and Have a Go Joe, with held up at the moment Redemption Time, and over on the far side is Nationwide, going towards the 600-metre mark, and it's his Swift Asset, the leader, leads by about a length to Get It second, Desert Cop in third. Just in behind those is Devast with Edward Cornelius for company. Redemption Time driven along. Have a Go Joe would be around about 4 or 5 lengths off the speed. Nationwide sticking to that far running rail but not making much impression, and it's Swift Asset who's got the advantage, heading now towards the last 200 metres from Desert Cop, Get It, and Devast is trying to run on. Have a Go Joe's making heavy weather of this, and it's Desert Cop and Swift Asset. Desert Cop throwing down a big effort now to Swift Asset. Desert Cop is in front from Swift Asset in second place. The speedy Desert Cop will take it. Desert Cop, Swift Asset, Devast 1, 2 and 3. Get It, Have a Go Joe in a close call in behind. So it is Desert Cop, Callum Shepherd, George Baker ruling the roost in the kingdom at the end of that domestic Grade 1 sprint. This is a very fast horse. We saw Desert Cop in action yesterday, and he's been knocking on the door in these big sprints. All credits to the George Baker team, George Baker Racing Bahrain Syndicate, and Callum Shepherd take the money in our feature sprint. So it is Desert Cop wearing down the fast Swift Asset. 2, Desert Cop the winner, Swift Asset second, Devast in third place, and in fourth was Get It. Have a Go Joe never figured. The result, provisional numbers 2, 9, 3, 5 and 1. 2, 9, 3, 5 and 1. It's Desert Cop.
Well, tip your hat to this horse. Second last night when he gave it the lot from the front. Back to 1,000. He's had to chase a pace here, and he's run down the long-time leader and got there. Callum Shepherd for George Baker, beating into second Swift Asset. Good run from Devast. Have a Go Joe didn't have anything today, and nor did last night's winner Nationwide, who was lamentable.
Yeah, he's run a below par race. That's much back to where he was earlier in the season. Have a Go Joe, that is inexplicably poor. Really disappointed with that, but the race has been set up beautifully for Desert Cop. Well done as well to the George Baker team, and also the George Baker Racing Bahrain Syndicate, because they've managed to come third in the Turf Series, having run only a couple of times. Second last night, second to Roman Dragon the time before, and surely this fella's going to be back for more next year. Get It ran a good race before fading, maybe finding the exertions of last night just that little bit too quick a turnaround. Swift Asset, he's got loads of speed, sat on the front end, and Devast running on for third. A couple of disappointments, but not in the George Baker camp.
Not a bit of it. Both his horses have run excellent races today. They both ran last night. Fresh as paint, out they come, and Desert Cop dominates here. Callum Shepherd, he was out of luck with Phantom Flight in the King's Cup, but it also ran well nonetheless. It'd be interesting to hear his thoughts on that, as well as his victory here. He's alongside Ali Vance.
Yeah, congratulations, Callum. The Bakers are providing you with quite a few winners at the minute.
Yeah, I can't tell you how pleased I am to provide a winner for them. You know, George is one of the first to sort of really get stuck into the racing scene here, and you know, with Lucanda, who he was devastated to lose the other day, and you know, no win ever makes up for that sort of thing. But nice tonic just with this horse. He's been so close in 2 series races, including yesterday, and he's a new acquisition to them. He's a really cool purchase. He's an absolute dude. He's got a great constitution, 5'6". Yeah, awesome, and they'll really enjoy that. So I'm delighted to put one in for them.
And what a turnaround, 24 hours. That's pretty unusual. Have you done that before?
Not at sort of this level and racing so late at night and things, you know. But honestly, it doesn't surprise me that he coped with that fine. He's just such a dude. He's so cool, and I think they'll have an awful lot of fun with him back home. You know, he's gonna the handicapper here will just notch him up a few, but he'll go in for all those fun sprints that George won the Stewards Cup with Get It, and he'll be turning up in the likes of that, and they're good they like their car park parties, the Bakers, so he'll provide them with lots of fun, I'm sure.
They enjoy it out here, as does Desert Cop, and as do you as well, Callum. Well done, a multiple winner here over the past few seasons, and another winner then for Callum Shepherd, this one courtesy of Desert Cop.
Well done to Callum Shepherd. As he said, very rarely is it attempted at this sort of level. Up go the goggles. Oh my word, that man.
I'm not entirely sure that's in the rule book.
Run him in the Grand National. If only there was that much enthusiasm for Ali's 50 BDs. They'd be mowing her down.
So we've said about the George Baker Racing Bahrain Syndicate, there is a certainty that, all being well, this horse will be back here next year. Third in the series, based on the way that he runs out here, based on the setup and the style of racing, with another year under his belt, he could win the series next year, couldn't he?
Quite conceivably.
He can do 5, he can do 6, doesn't seem to matter to him. And having not even won a race in the series, he finished third. So the future's pretty bright.
He's a pretty smart horse, this. From a good family of sprinters, he's hardy, and George Baker will have plenty more fun with him, I have no doubt, as will the syndicate members. Desert Cop wins the Chairman's Cup here, sponsored by Bin R. Ali.
Well, Desert Cop having a well-deserved drink. I'm going to have a quick word with Candida once she's cooled the horse down. George isn't here this week. Candida, come and have a few words with us, if that's all right. You were saying just before the race how much you like this horse and what a dude he is, as Callum says. He's finished runner-up twice. How nice is it to end the season with a victory?
Do you know, it's getting harder and harder to win races out here, and he's been such a tough horse, and I was so worried about backing him up today, having run him yesterday, and Callum said, no, do it, and he battled really hard. And the really exciting thing is George and I own him.
You've had another good season here, though. Highs and lows, important to finish on a high.
Absolutely, yeah. As everybody knows, Lucanda was an amazing horse for us, and this game tames lions, and it is very, very difficult sometimes, but you've got to pick yourself up. But something like this makes such a difference, and it's wonderful. And we've had 3 seconds, a first, a third, and a fourth, so we've been the right end, but it's so nice to go out with a high.
Going out with a high, and the hunger's still there. You're going to be back for the Bahrain Turf Series next season?
I would not miss it for all the tea in China. I love it here, and everyone should come. It's the best place in the world.
You sell it very well. Congratulations with this one. Well done, Candida.
And the result of the 6 races now official. Weighed in. So to confirm the result, first number 2, Desert Cop. Second, number 9, Swift Asset. Third, number 3, Devast. Fourth, number 5, Get It. And fifth was number 1, Avago Joe. The distances, 1.5 lengths and 1 length, 1.5 lengths and 1 length. And the official time of the winning horse, 58.32. 58.32. Weighed in.
come to the trophy presentation for our 6th race. This is the Chairman's Cup by Binner, and we welcome up to present the trophy. Here's Sheikh Faisal bin Rashid bin Isa Al Khalifa, Vice Chairman of the High Committee at the Rashid Equestrian and Horse Racing Club. And congratulations to Connections of Desert Cup. Well done to winning trainer George Baker, receiving the trophy then Candida Baker. And winning owners, the George Baker Racing Bahrain Syndicate. Desert Cup, the winner of the Chairman's Cup by Binner.
Congratulations to Connections of Desert Cup. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is your next chance to win 50 BDs simply by waving and smiling at our cameras. Yes, it's time to play Cash Cam once again. So if you see our cameramen, Faisal or Hamad, pointing in your direction, just cast your eyes now to the big screen, and we are going to pick our first winner of the 50 BD prize. It's Faisal first. Who have you found, Faisal? There he is. Give us a wave and a smile, sir. Yes, it's you. Look to your left.
Big smile.
Well, we're going to give him the 50 BD. Yeah, there you
go.
are.
You've won it, surely.
Top man. All right, who have we got next?
They're a tough crowd.
I tell you what, guys, I'd go face on next time.
Yeah, face on, maybe a smile, and at least a wave. 50
All right,
dinar.
Faisal, who have we got now? Yes, madam, it's you with the beautiful tiara. Give us a wave and
Look
a
away
smile.
from your phone.
Kids on their screens these days.
Tut tut. Missing out on some good cash.
50 BD for you, madam.
Take a look
Congratulations,
at the big screen.
you're on the big screen. Now we're going to try Hamad.
Come on, lads.
Hamad, who have we got?
No.
He's surfing the floor. There he is. He's definitely had 50 already. Can he get another 50? Yes, it's you, sir. Give us a wave and a smile.
Wave and a smile. Say hello.
And back to Faisal. And there we are. We've got a smile at last. Yes.
There's the best smile in the kingdom. Come on.
More cash prizes coming your way in 20 minutes' time.
Yes, so entertainment on and off the course with the two Nicks. Let's now move on to race 7, the Avenues Bahrain Cup. It's over 1,400 metres. It's a local Grade 3, the locally bred thoroughbreds. Number 1 is the Derby winner from last year, Hercules and Stefan Lajage. Number 2, the unbeaten Zeal, Ibrahim Nada. 3, Stylish, Alejandro Brun. Number 4, Black Shadow is a non-runner. Number 5 is Sinatra and Abdul Rahim Jassim. 6, Echo Through Time, Lee Newman. And 7, Social Distancing, partnered by Tom Marquand.
All right, on to the 7th race of 8 then this evening on His Majesty King Cup night. Nick Lightfoot still alongside me. I think we know what our strengths are as a team, Nick. And presenting game shows probably not amongst them. But Zeal here is going to be very, very hard to beat. And we're going to take a look at all of those who line up against him, including this horse, number 1, Hercules.
And that was me thinking your strength line was seamlessly to link into this horse, Hercules. Well, it was, wasn't it?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, why not? Let's go with that. Winner of last year's Derby, as Darren said. I do wonder if 1,400 metres is on the shorter side, but defeated this year's Oaks winner, Jerusalem, in a small field at the end of January.
All right, here is the heavy favourite, Zeal.
5 from 5, hitherto unbeaten. Has been thumping the rivals as well. Beat Social Distancing and Echo Through Time here. Key rivals, 2 starts ago. Capable of giving lumps of weight away. Trip, a little bit of a question. Ability not.
Horse 3 next is Stylish.
Won on this card last season. Hasn't struck since then. And the form really has been tailing off a little bit. Indeed, hasn't beaten a rival in the last 3 starts. That needs to change.
Horse 5 is next, Sinatra. Alan Smith and Raheem Jassim.
Dual winner in 2023, but not since. Frustrating run of seconds, though, this season, I would think.
So we've seen 1, we've seen 2, we've seen 3, we've seen 5. We're going to see 6 now. Echo Through Time, Lee Newman.
Held by Zeal the last twice, got into that incredible winning run when the career began, but since that 4-timer, hasn't managed to win since. Echo Through Time.
7 is next, Social Distancing.
Landed a hat-trick early doors last season and on into this, actually. Has it to do, though, with Zeal, a length to turn around with that horse, but is better off at the ways.
And Tom Marquand has been booked to take the ride on Social Distancing, number 7. So you've seen them all. Here's Stylish rider, Alejandro Brun, one of the Alan Smith quartet in this race that remain. It's Avenues Bahrain Cup.
We won't be going with horse number 4. There is no Black Shadow in this race, so that brings an already smallish field down to 6. Their colours who've had a good evening already.
Yeah, Goman was really impressive. Really impressive. Good horse.
Goman, absolutely. And it was interesting talking to Ali a few moments ago whether they do want to have a crack at the Dubai turf. I know it'll be a lot deeper for him, but when you've got him in the form of his life at a track that should be fine, not too long a journey, 1,800 metres, surely they'll have a go, won't they?
Yeah, and he'd be probably relatively unconsidered, but oughtn't to be underestimated.
No, absolutely not. I'm not entirely sure quite what the Godolphin operation are going to run in that, and maybe a few horses are going to be, or connections scared away by Romantic Warrior, and understandably so, but there's a lot of good place prize money on up for grabs.
And Social Distancing looks well. Tom Marquand's mare.
Alan Smith does hold quite a strong hand in this, not least given the fact that he's got 4 of the 6. He's got Stylish, he's got Sinatra, he's got Echo Through Time, and the owner mate Social Distancing. Now, Social Distancing and Echo Through Time, while they've got form to reverse with Zeal, they are horses who've got into really good winning runs in their career and racked up multiple successes. But so's this fella, Zeal, and we were looking at the international markets earlier. That gives nothing away. 5 from 5 Zeal, and fully expected to go in again.
Well, you were talking about Goman just a moment ago. The horse that finished second behind Goman in tonight's Methaq Mile was Oliver Show, trained by George Bowie and owned by Pompey Ventures. Owen, a really good run by him this evening.
Yeah, super. you know, we didn't really know what to expect. It's sometimes quite hard to work out and gauge the form, and you know, basically we just said to ride him for some place money, and you know, that's what we got in the end. So yeah, massive result. Very happy. He's our first black type performer now. So yeah, brilliant.
What was the thought process about putting him in a listed race rather than keeping him for the Bahrain Turf Series races yesterday?
So back home, he's probably, you know, a 7 furlong, maybe a miler, and obviously the Turf Series here, it's 9 furlong, 10 furlong races. So, you know, we'd sort of put our heads together and with George, and you know, we eventually said we're running 10 furlong the first day, 9 furlongs, and then sort of try and go out and, you know, see where we stand, because then it gives us a marker for how he's going to fare in the season ahead at home.
And how much have you enjoyed the whole season coming out? I know that you and the whole of the Pompey Ventures, you've been out a few times. You've enjoyed being part of the Turf Series?
Yeah, brilliant. We've already started planning again for next winter now. So yeah, it's amazing. The whole thing. Obviously, big thanks to Ed Veal who runs it, and you know, he's done a super job so far. And you know, Pompey Ventures definitely want to come back in the future, and you know, we're going to start to look to buy more horses to come out here.
Sounds good. Well done this evening.
Thank you very much.
So the runners are on their way to the start, and the favourite, Zeal, is being taken to post steadily by Ibrahim Nada, and it's going to take a good one to beat Zeal, who comes here unbeaten, the perfect 5 from 5. So I'm going to go for number 2, Zeal, to take top honours and to be chased home by the Alan Smith trained runners, Social Distancing and Echo Through Time. So it's 2, 7 and 6 for me. How about you, Ali?
Yeah, 2, 1 and Social Distancing 7. So Zeal is the obvious one, of course. Hercules, I do like him. He ran really well in the Derby, and a good, reasonable run behind California, who we saw in one of the races earlier. And then Social Distancing to get in the placings then for Tom Okund and Alan Smith. But really looking forward to seeing this son of Havana Grey, Zeal, looking for his 6th win on the trot.
All right then. Final few moments then ahead of the Avenues Bahrain Cup. What do you like then, Nick? Go for it.
I think it's impossible to get away from the horse who is 5 from 5. It's been 1,000 metres, it's been 1,200, it's been 14. Whatever the results, or whatever the distance, it's the same result. I think Zeal wins, number 2, and I think he'll beat a couple of horses who have already been in his shadow. Echo Through Time, number 6, and number 7, Social Distancing.
All right, I'm going to go for an upset here. I'm going to say 7 over 2.
Lovely.
Social Distancing with Markwind. I think she looks really well today. 7 over 2 with Through for third, dropping in grade, Black Shadow. Here's Darren Owen.
Thanks, Nick. Runners, they're moving into the stalls for the Grade 3, the Avenues Bahrain Cup, over the 1,400 metres. And that's number 6, Echo Through Time, moving into place. Stable companion, Social Distancing to follow. So Social Distancing to go into stall number 1. Tom Marquand aboard Social Distancing. Tom has had 4 winners here in the Kingdom this season. So just backs away. Social Distancing, who chased home Zeal here back in January. A length between the pair on that occasion over this trip. All the others are in. So we continue to wait for Social Distancing. So this is Social Distancing, taking those reluctant steps to the starting stalls, but has backed away. So waiting on social distancing still. The other ones, as you can see, are pretty calm. The social distancing is nearly there. Not quite. And that's it, social distancing is in. All in. They're off. 1,400 meters the trip. Social distancing breaks away from the inside berth. Pink jacket of Sinatra. Hercules is right there with Echo Through Time widest of all. The unbeaten Zeal just in behind them, the grey. And last of all is Stylish. So it is Echo Through Time now and moves on from the former Derby winner Hercules, who's pulling really hard on the inside. And Hercules taken on for second place by Sinatra. Zeal and social distancing are following as they leave the back, and Stylish is at the back. So it is Echo Through Time in front by just over a length from Sinatra, Hercules, social distancing and Zeal. And Stylish watches on, will sit around about 5 lengths off the speed as they approach the turn into the straight. Just over 600 to go. Echo Through Time and Lee Newman in front by a couple of lengths from Sinatra. Hercules being pushed along. Then the grey Zeal, social distancing and Stylish are following. They're homeward bound, heading towards the last 400. From the front, Echo Through Time has quickened on and has a lead of around about 3 lengths. Now Zeal is going to have to work hard, switches to the inside, heading down towards the last 200. It's Echo Through Time, and Zeal is getting there with every stride, has got to the front now, heading towards the last 100, and it is Zeal from Echo Through Time, social distancing, and Zeal in front. Oh, never in doubt. 6 from 6. Zeal, the winner, unbeaten. Second, Echo Through Time. Third, social distancing, and fourth, Stylish. Well, probably a tongue-in-cheek comment that regarding Zeal and never in doubt, because Zeal had to work to get there, and it was Echo Through Time and Lee Newman who put them to the sword in the early part of the straight there, really quickening away Echo Through Time. But Zeal switching to the inside, got to the front, heading towards the last 100 meters, and that is the perfect 6 from 6. And what about Ibrahim Nada? A treble on the night. Zeal is the winner. 6, Echo Through Time in second place, and third was number 7, social distancing, with fourth, number 3, Stylish. Those numbers: 2, Zeal; 6, Echo Through Time; 7, social distancing; and 3, Stylish.
Yeah, and the heart goes out to Alberto Sana, who's sadly stricken on the sidelines, doesn't get to ride tonight, has missed out on Guman, and has missed out on this fella as well, who just gets better and better. Maximum confidence as well from the winning rider, who's having a cracking evening. And Zeal, doesn't matter whether it's 1,000 or up to 1,400 metres, the result is the same. I'm sure Team Echo Through Time are utterly fed up with Zeal. He gave it a really good go today, beaten 4 lengths by that horse last time, 3 lengths the time before. It's a cosy couple of lengths in the end for Zeal, who's made it 6 from 6, and the quality of opposition up against him are just not good enough to put it up to this upwardly mobile son of Havana Grey. That is now 6 from 6 as he continues to get better. The one who didn't want to go into the stalls early doors, that was social distancing, and again behind Zeal in recent times, that one's finished third in behind the owner mate Echo Through Time. But Zeal, all the rage on the international markets, and has proved just why. What a good performance that was. Zeal has won, Ali.
Well, another brilliant celebration as well by Ibrahim Nada. Ibrahim, what a horse. You enjoy that one?
Yeah, he's a good horse. He's just a machine. He knows what he's doing. He won 6 or 7 out of 7, so just, he's a machine.
In terms of local breds, there's nothing that can get near him, is there?
For sure. Today we saw him, he ran again over the 7 furlong. Last time he ran over the 7 furlong a little bit. He was like, he don't know what he's doing because first time. But today we show him another performance.
We're obviously thinking of Alberto Sana, who's got injured yesterday and would have been riding these horses. But what an afternoon, evening for you. How much does it mean to ride a treble on King's Cup Day?
First of all, I would like to say to Alberto, so he can come back well soon. And we'll see him maybe next season. He's riding again these horses. I would like to thank the owners and the trainers of these horses that gave me today the chance to ride for them. Just I'm riding the good ones, you know. That's why I'm winning.
Well, you're certainly riding a good one here. Well done then to Ibrahim Nada, riding Zeal to win this 7-furlong penultimate race, the Avenues Bahrain Cup.
So, confirming those numbers at the end of race 7, the Avenues Bahrain Cup. First, number 2, Zeal. Second was number 6, Echo Through Time. Third, number 7, Social Distancing. Fourth, number 3, Stylish. And fifth was number 5, Sinatra. The distances, 2 lengths and 4 1/4 lengths. 2 lengths and 4 1/4 lengths. And the official time of the winning horse, 1 minute 24.94. That's 1 minute 24.94. Been a wonderful night for Mohammed Khalid Abdul Rahim, Haider Ibrahim. They've had a couple of really good winners on tonight's programme with Goman and this fella. And what about this jockey, Ibrahim Nada, the season's leading jockey here in the kingdom, with what, another 8 fixtures to go. 22 winners this season for this young man, Ibrahim Nada. And Zeal, this grey gelding by Havana Grey, now 6 from 6. Number 2, Zeal, enters the winner's enclosure.
He is just different gear, this fella. The others can't take him out of his comfort zone. One day there might be one that takes him into the red, but it hasn't been yet for Zeal. And the definition of Zeal: great energy or enthusiasm in pursuit of a cause or an objective. And the cause is always keep that winning run going, and he's doing just that. Doesn't matter whether it's 1,000 metres, 1,200 metres, 1,400 metres. Might just stretch the stamina a bit, but he's just so much better than these that he's able to express himself over that little bit further. And the rider was just content and confident to drag it out as long as possible before getting past Echo Through Time, and doing so in the most easy, effortless fashion. It is Zeal, Ali, who's won again.
Yeah, let's hear from our winning owner then, Mohammed Khalid Abdul Rahim. What an awesome horse this one is.
Yeah, he is. I mean, last time he did 1-4 was a bit close, so I was a bit wary today. I mean, I like him more on the straight, but yeah, like you said, wow, what a horse, what a horse.
What's his best distance?
Well, after seeing this, maybe he could do 1-6. I mean, maybe next year we can put him up to 1-6. But as of today, I think 1-2 is his best distance. Yeah, he's a sprinter.
You're going to enjoy this victory. Any chance you take on imported horses with him?
Yeah, well, that's something we are talking about. Maybe next year when he's a bit older. I think it's too soon right now to do that. But maybe next year will be something nice to see.
Which would be quite unusual. Not many of the local breds take on the imported ones.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure if it happened way back, but I think his rate, I mean, is almost thoroughbred-like. So yeah, why not? Why not?
He is fantastic. Got to, of course, ask you about Goman earlier, winning the Methaq Mile. Another awesome horse. What a performance he put up to this evening.
Yeah, obviously he came back. He ran a blinder in Saudi. He came back sound, and yeah, he proved to us what a great horse he is today.
He's been brilliant since you've switched him really back, well, to running over the mile over those shorter distances. I muted Dubai to you. It is over the 1,800 metre distance. Tempted?
Very tempting, obviously. I mean, yeah, horses like Romantic Warrior, obviously, so it's going to be pretty hard. But maybe 1-6, why not? There's a dirt race there. I think he could do the dirt, why not? We never know.
You think he'd take to the dirt?
I think he could, yeah.
He's in absolutely the best form of his life, so well done on 2 big wins on an important occasion like today.
Yes, very big day, obviously. It's His Majesty the King's Cup. It's one of the biggest days, or the biggest day in the country. So yeah, delighted.
Sure you are, well done.
Thank you very much.
And the result of the 7th race is now official. They have weighed in, and there's confirmation of the result. Number 2, Zeal, the winner. Second, number 6, Echo Through Time. Third, number 7, Social Distancing. Fourth, number 3, Stylish. And fifth was number 5, Sinatra. Just to confirm those distances once more, 2 lengths and 4 1/4 lengths, 2 lengths and 4 1/4 lengths, and 1 minute 24.94 was the winner's time. 1 minute 24.94.
And it is trophy presentation time for the Avenues Bahrain Cup. And presenting this trophy is Mr. Firas Barakat, Mall Director. And another great win for the colours of Mohammed Khaled Abdurrahim. Zeal, this time winning the Avenues Bahrain Cup. Well done to winning trainer Hadi Ibrahim alongside his son Mohammed Ibrahim. Our winning jockey Ibrahim Nada and our winning owner Mohammed Khaled Abdurrahim. Well done to Zeal, the winner of the Avenues Bahrain Cup.
Yeah, they can dream big with Zeal. Next season, much tougher assignments will doubtless await when imported horses take on this local champion and this local dominant performer, Zeal. Doesn't matter whether it's a sprint or 1400, he wins. Well done to All Connected, and it caps off a great day after Guman. But what you've been waiting for is the final instalment in this first ever edition of Cash Cam. Faisal, our intrepid camera operator, has been out and about, and actually right down where I am now, we have our winner. Come on, sir, give us a big smile, wave as well. You're on the big screen. Look at that. You're the celebrity here in Bahrain today, and you've won 50 Bahraini dinar. Give us your biggest smile. Come on. Yeah, there you go, you've won. Well done indeed, sir. 50, all yours. But we've got 3 prizes left to go from Faisal. Let's see who Hamed has found. And this huge crowd sticking about because they want to win the man with the cap. You've won. Go on, give us a big smile, wave. Statuesque, stony-faced. Can't we really give a prize to a man who can't smile? I don't make the rules. 50 dinars going somewhere. You got to smile though, come on. Man in the background is, and to the right. Yeah, go on, you've cracked a little bit of that stony expression. There's a soul in there, well done. Right, we've got 2 more to give away. 100 dinar is burning a hand in our pocket. Oh, look at that. Fewer deserving than this one. Well done, look, there you go. God, you give it a smile and it's a gesture of sorts. There's a finger. Congratulations. You have won on King's Cup Day. 50 dinar is all yours. That's better than pocket money. Yeah, look at that. And sealed with love. Go and tell your mum you've won. Right, we've got one more. One more winner of 50 dinar. I thought I'd have been mobbed by now. So far, I'd say the children have given off the best reactions. I'm hoping we might have another one. Who's it going to be? I don't even know which camera operator yet. Faisal or Hamid? It's going to be Hamid with some of his best work. Yeah, oh! A poor little lad at the bottom. Look, he's desperate for us. How can we not give it to him? No disrespect, sir, but you haven't given us quite the moment that little boy did. Give us a smile at least. There you go. High five as well. Big wave for the camera. You've won the final cash cam of the evening. 50 dinar is all yours. There you go. Wow. I'm glad I only had to do 4 and not the full 20. It's exhausting. Well done, everyone.
And the final race of the 2025 King's Cup Festival is coming up. It is the Bapco Energies Cup. It is a race for the imported thoroughbreds over the 2,000 metres mile and a quarter. Number 1 is Fanatic and Harry Davis. 2, Bonds Boy, Callum Shepherd. Number 3, West Suffolk, Abdul Rahim Jassim. Number 4, Tartan Chief, Neil Callum. 5, Laser Guided, Thomas Lukasek. Number 6, Phoenix Passion, Andrew Breslin. 7, Man of the Moment, Ibrahim Nada aboard King's Road. Number 8, Give Me Shelter and Feos Martin Borja. 9, Royan, and Royan's partnered by Hassan Al Safa. And 10, Monty Bay, Stefan Lechage.
Okay, let's have a look at them in the paddock then. Let's start with horse number 10. This is Monty Bay, who's trained by Jalil Al-Mala. Stefan the judge takes the ride on this horse. He finished second behind Signalman when we last saw him just last weekend, or last Friday. Monty Bay, then a son of Knight of Thunder, who'll be running in the Al-Mala racing colours. That is Monty's Bay.
Number 1 is Fanatic. Pretty good in France, won a couple of races out there on the all-weather. Has struggled a bit in Turf Series events, and indeed only ran yesterday down the field behind Soldiers Empire, who won the Turf Series. Has it to do on that form.
Horse number 2 is Bonds Boy. He's been a regular in some of the Bahrain Turf Series races and some big races out here. He's an 8-year-old now. Osama Hashim trains him. Callum Shepherd looking for a double this evening in the colours of Al Mohammedia Racing. Number 2 is Bonds Boy.
Number 5, son of Kingman, this is Laser Guided. Laser Guided, who's having his first season out here, or during, in his first season, formerly with the Crisfords, and as a horse who had good form in Dubai. A few of the runs out here, even in defeat, have been promising.
Horse number 7 is an interesting one, a new recruit to the Alafu Racing stable, who was successful with Sovereign Spirit in the King's Cup. This one has had one start out here. He's a 3-time winner for Richard Hannon as a 3-year-old in the UK, and his debut out here was a winning one. He beat Gamran by 1 1/4 lengths. He has gone up, though, £5 for that victory, but comes here in good form. That is New King's Road, horse number 7.
Yeah, and the rider of horse number 3 is in very good form. The horse is West Suffolk, who landed back-to-back wins earlier on in the season, but since then has struggled a bit. 5 times a winner here in the time that West Suffolk has been here, the gelded son of Make Believe.
Horse 8 is Gimme Shelter, another horse he'll be running in the Alafu Racing colours, trained by Jabba Ramadan. Feos Martin Borja rides this one. He was ridden by Jim Crowley when we last saw him. That was a winning run, beating Kinks over 1,600 metres at the end of January. He's gone up £6 though for that victory. That is horse number 8, Gimme Shelter.
From horse 8 we go to 9, the grey Royan, who has been consistent but seems to find winning out here quite tricky. Has held the form and the rating quite solidly over the last year or so, but hasn't won since the days in Britain. That is Royan, the grey.
Horse number 4 is Tartan Chief, another one he'll be running in the Al Mohammedia Racing colours. This one, the mount of Neil Callan for trainer Ali Abdul Majid. Watch out for his celebrations if this horse manages to win. He's a horse who ran well for Paul and Ollie Cole in the UK. He's won twice out here. His last win, though, came back in March 2023. He's been dropping down the handicap this season, but he's got the master Neil Callan on board, the 3-time champion jockey.
Let's have a look at number 6. That is Phoenix Passion, son of Too Darn Hot. It's quite an interesting runner, actually. Just a 3rd start out here, and a fair bit of encouragement in the 2 starts thus far. That 3rd to Night of Honour last month was pretty promising, and Phoenix Passion won a number of races in the UK. 4 times a winner in 2024. Let's see what 25 offers.
Right, selection time. This one is a tricky. Plenty of these horses are in consistent form, but I'm going to go with New King's Road, who's shown perfect form since coming out to Bahrain. A winner on his debut under Ibrahim Nada. He retains the ride. He's going to be looking at 4 winners this evening. So New King's Road is the one for me for trainer Ali Jan, followed by Tartan Chief for Neil Callan and Phoenix Passion, the other runner in the Al Mohammedir Racing colours. Andrew Breslin rides Phoenix Passion. So horse 7, 4 and 6.
Yes, I'm with you, Ali. New King's Road, who created that really favourable impression here over this course and distance last month with that win. So bidding to make it 2 from 2 here in the Kingdom, formerly trained by Richard Hanning, a horse in good form in the UK at the mile. New King's Road then for me, I think will take some beating in this race. So that's 7 New King's Road. I found this quite difficult to opt for a place getter. So I'm going to go 5 Laser Guided and 4 Tartan Chief to chase home at New King's Road. So it's 7 New King's Road to beat 5 Laser Guided and 4 Tartan Chief.
Well, I was going to join what it turned out to be both of you with New King's Road, but I'm not going to go in for a full team steam. I'm going to have him in there for second. It is number 7, New King's Road, in there for second for me. And number 9, Royan, who I think can run well, does tend to run well. That horse in third, number 9. But on top, I'm going to go for the grey, Tartan Chief, under that man, Neil Callan, to cap off a good weekend after Turf Series success yesterday.
Well, Alafu Racing doubly represented in this race with 2 horses who are coming here, Ibrahim, off the back of victories. Starting with New King's Road. He impressed you since he's been out here?
Yes, he has. I think he had his run and he performed quite well on 0 to 75 rate handicap race. We put him up at the moment to a bigger handicap and see how he goes. There's some good horses in with him. And we'll see how it goes, if he can cope up with those horses.
And Gimme Shelter's also horses coming into this race in good form, having won last time out.
Yeah, Gimme Shelter. I mean, he beat Tartan Chief on the last race with Jimmy Crowley on him. We'll see how it goes this race, if he likes it or likes not racing. That's the main thing.
Well, I'm sure you'll be watching this race closely, but I'm sure you're also still basking in the glory of Sovereign Spirit. What a wonderful victory in the King's Cup. What kind of thrill did that give you?
I appreciate that, Ali. I'm still trying to absorb it, I'll tell you the truth. It was such a beautiful race, and I've been waiting for this for a long time, as it is, you know, once a year, and it's just been great.
And what a horse he has been for you. So consistent here. He's taken you to Riyadh, and may he take you somewhere else now? Are you thinking about Dubai?
Well, I think let's get the invitations and then we can decide. I think at the moment we're just trying to enjoy the night and, you know, try and absorb it.
I'm sure you are. Well done.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, fabulous evening. Alafu Racing, well done to them. They're represented in this particular race. Fascinating New King's Road. New King's Road, and another runner as well, but New King's Road, 58,000 guineas, the transfer fee to bring him out here. He's a horse who certainly knew how to win in the UK as well. 3 times was successful in the United Kingdom and had that fair bit of versatility, track and trip-wise, and it was a really solid, promising start when winning back on the 14th of February here over the 2,000 metres, over today's track and trip. And it's that blank canvas in so many ways. Who knows how good he could end up being out here. There are some reasonable horses up against him. Bonds Boy, who won what was this race last year, but since then it's been a bit of a different story. Perhaps not quite the level he once was, the now 8-year-old. Tartan Chief, who's been in the frame on all recent runs, but it's 2 years to the week since the last win. I am following him in. Neil Callan rides. He's got plenty of ticks. Laser guided, first season out here, formerly with the Crisfords, and a horse who had good form in Dubai. Some of the runs in defeat have been quite promising out here. Phoenix Passion, just a third start out here, a fair bit of encouragement in the 2 starts so far for Phoenix Passion. Has finished 3rd and 5th, respectively. A Knight of Honour, that run behind him 2 starts ago was pretty good, the first start, so something to build upon. And you've got the consistent Royan, who, as mentioned, runs fairly reasonable races fairly frequently, but seems to find winning just that little bit difficult. Monty Bay, very remote second behind Signalman last time, but that is form tied in with Tartan Chief. And I can see why both Darren and Ali have gone for, as we see Bond's Boy, have gone for the unknown quantity that is New Kings Road, because a number of these have shown their hand, and perhaps 1 or 2 limitations. But New Kings Road, who certainly knew how to win in Britain, has started as he means to go on. They're in the Bahrain International Trophy track and trip of the 2,000 metres. Just starting away from us in the grandstands, the wind whipping around still, and you can see the flags flying and being blown about in the wind. They'll be running into the teeth of the wind down the back, but it should be assisting the runners up the duration of the home straight. It is the final race of this rich and high-profile meeting, the King's Cup Festival, which has been a joy, with the culmination of the Turf Series yesterday and the first Group 3 event, as it is now the King's Cup. So they're loading one by one. We are at post time. We'll go up with thanks for the 8th and final time today, the 16th time over the last couple of days, to Darren Owen with thanks.
Thanks, Nick. Yes, it's been a wonderful 2-day sport, and the runners then are about to complete the loading up process for our final race, the Bapco Energies Cup over 2,000 metres. Just 2 runners now to load, Laser Guided and Monty Bay. That's it, they're all in, ready. So 2,000 metres in front of them, and they're off. So they break away with Fanatic showing up very nicely in the early strides, with New Kings Road also up there with the leaders, and Phoenix Passion. They form their early order. The one on the wing is Laser Guided as they go towards the first turn. Laser Guided is out wide. Phoenix Passion is up along the inner, and it is Laser Guided going about 5 lengths clear. Phoenix Passion second place, New Kings Road third, Fanatic 4, Tartan Chief the Grey, then West Suffolk, followed by Bond's Boy and Royan. Give Me Shelter's currently disputing last place with Monty Bay, and we have a clear leader, and it is Laser Guided going down the far side, and Laser Guided has gone about 10 lengths clear, maybe more, as they go on midway down the back straight. Second place is Phoenix Passion, being followed in third by New Kings Road, with Fanatic Red Cap up along the inside running rail for Harry Davis, and then comes Tartan Chief West Suffolk, followed by Bond's Boy, and the last 2 at the moment, Give Me Shelter in company with Monty Bay. But it is still Laser Guided out clear and has extended that lead. Must be at least 15 lengths clear with 800 metres to go, with Phoenix Passion leading the main group, followed by New Kings Road in the third, Fanatic 4. So it is Laser Guided at the moment in splendid isolation. How much has this horse got left in the tank, we ask? 600 metres from the finish. Laser Guided still clear. Phoenix Passion second place, New Kings Road in third, being followed by Tartan Chiefs, now called on for an effort, followed by Fanatic, Bond's Boy, Yellow Cap, then West Suffolk chased by Give Me Shelter, Royan, and now Laser Guided being reeled in, coming right back to this field inside the last 400 metres, and it's New Kings Road who hits the front. New Kings Road, Fanatic's not out of this though. Over on the far running rail, Phoenix Passion, Tartan Chief, and is Give Me Shelter, Black Cap over the top, far side it is Fanatic, and then between horses New Kings Road, then Monty Bay, Give Me Shelter, it's Fanatic all out. Monty Bay getting a nice run over on the far running rail. It is Fanatic, Monty Bay being followed by New Kings Road, and it is Fanatic! Fanatic wins at the Kingdom for the first time. Monty Bay second place, back in third, New Kings Road, and it was close for fourth with Tartan Chief, Give Me Shelter and West Suffolk all involved. So it is Fanatic, a dual winner on the all-weather in France. So one at Chantilly, one at Deauville, and it's been coming. It has been coming, that first win here in the Kingdom. Another one of those horses who raced here 24 hours ago, was unplaced yesterday here in the Kingdom. Harry Davis aboard Fanatic, as I say, a horse who's won a couple of times on the all-weather. That's a first turf success for Fanatic, as well as the first win here in the Kingdom. So number 1, Fanatic has gone on to win. Monty Bay in second place, and New Kings Road has taken third. So those provisional numbers: 1 Fanatic, 10 Monty Bay, and 7 New Kings Road.
Yeah, a horse who'd shown it in France and yet to show it in Bahrain, and I know that Darren was rightly saying it had been coming, but fair play to the constitution of Fanatic, and well done to All Connected, to a horse who ran just yesterday in the Turf Series. The race won by Soldiers Empire was down the field that day, anything but down the field on this occasion. And under a patient Harry Davies, you can see him creeping closer before presented with his run to get towards that far side and usurping New Kings Road at the head of affairs. Coming on late, even further towards that far side up the inner, that was Monty Bay, who's run an absolute cracker. Very remote second behind Signalman last time, and had that form tied in with Tartan Chief, who couldn't trouble the principals on this occasion. New Kings Road, on just the second start out here, having won last time, has run a creditable third. But 24 hours to turn around, no problem Fanatic.
Let's have a word with our winning jockey then, Harry Davis. Congratulations, Harry. I know Connections will be pretty pleased to get this horse to win.
Yeah, and look, he ran really well yesterday. He just got into a little bit of interference, and look, the drop of rain that we had yesterday really helps him out, and always travelled like the winner. And most of all, I'm delighted to ride victorious race in a winner in their own country. It's great.
Yeah, on a big day like today as well.
Definitely, definitely.
And what kind of field did he give you? I mean, he's been a talented horse in France.
Yeah, and look, he always travels sweet, and he just needs things to go his right way. And with the strong gallop on today, it was always going to help him. And he hit the line really good, you know, it's no complaints my end.
Well, congratulations then. Harry Davis winning the final race of the King's Cup Festival. Fanatic wins the finale.
Yeah, and another winner this weekend for victorious and Fauzinas as well. Harry Davis riding this gelded son of No Nay Never. It finished 5 lengths behind Knight of Honour when last seen, prior to yesterday, of course. And before that, it was Merlin's Beard. He threaded together good middle distance horses from the series. Goggles are gone again. Fair few people have enjoyed them. Not least the lad who jumped over the rails earlier. Thankfully, that hasn't happened again. Harry Davis riding the winner for Fauzinas in the colours of victorious. Your final winner of the day, final winner of this prestigious festival is Fanatic.
It's all right.
The result of the final race of this two-day meeting, the Bapco Energies Cup, race number 8 tonight. First, number 1, Fanatic. Second, number 10, Monty Bay. Third was number 7, New Kings Road. Fourth, number 8, Gimme Shelter. And fifth, number 4, Tartan Chief. The distances were 1 1/4 lengths and half a length. That's 1 1/4 lengths and half a length. And the official time of the winning horse, 2 minutes 04.45. 2 minutes 04.45. And the result of race 8 is now official. Weighed in, weighed in.
Okay, we come to the trophy presentation for our final race. This is the Bapco Energies Cup, and we welcome up Mark Thomas, Group CEO of Bapco Energies, to present the trophy to connections of Fanatic. Well done then to our winning trainer Fauzi Nas. Receiving it is Abdullah Fauzi Nas. Well done to our winning jockey Harry Davis and winning owners Victorious Racing. Fanatic, the winner of the Bapco Energies Cup.
And there we have it. Like that, the King's Cup Festival is over. Yesterday we had the culmination of the Turf Series on the sprint, the middle distance division. Today we had the Methaq Mile, the brilliant Guman, and the headline act, the Group 3 on the day, which was the King's Cup, won by last year's second Sunday Sovereign, or Sovereign Spirit, I should say.
This is the first time that the King has attended this fixture since 2019, and I'm pretty surprised if he didn't come next year, judged on great racing we had today. Goman was fabulous in the Methaq Mile.
Yes.
Sovereign Spirit, who has been such a brave horse for Connections all season. He really gets lit up here and comes alive and does so well. So I'm delighted for Connections with him, and saw just how much it meant to the trainer and the owner to win such a big race, so such a prestigious race. It's something they've been wanting to do for years.
He ran a cracker in Saudi as well. You've attended this for many years, but under the lights it was something different today, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure about the post-midnight finish, but you know, in terms
the three-day festival now.
In terms of the atmosphere, it is certainly special. You get here at whatever time it is, 7 o'clock, and you automatically feed off that atmosphere. There's something just very special about having the lights.
What is going to be your takeaway from the 2 days? What did you enjoy most?
Today, definitely. The Bahrain Turf Series has been fantastic to follow all season, but today had something very special. The crowd was pretty big, the king was here, the pomp, the ceremony. Goman for me in the Methaq Mile. He's a gorgeous horse, but that aside, he's a talented horse, and I'll be very excited to see him if he goes to Dubai.
Ali, thank you very much indeed. It's been a pleasure to be here over the last couple of days, of course, yesterday and indeed today. We will leave you this, well, new day with all the sights and sounds on what's been a very, very special King's Cup day. Bye-bye.